Right. Welcome to the Washington City Council workshop meeting. Today is Wednesday, August 10th. We are in the council chambers of the City Hall. Our meetings are streamed live on our YouTube station at washingtoncity.org/meetings. At this time, I'll call for an approval of the agenda.
So moved.
I have a motion by Martinson,
I'll second that.
second by Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the agenda is approved. We'll move to item number 2, which is an update on the Main Street exit. Asked Public Works Director Mike Shaw to come and present to the council, and engineers to present to the council the design for the Exit 11 interchange, which is it's funded and the design is almost complete, and we're ready to go out to bid and get started. At least that's what UDOT tells us, right?
We're close.
This is their project. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. So we're just going to give you a real quick update on the project. Got Lee Cabell from Horrocks Engineer, the consultant, just kind of give you a real quick brief update on it and can answer any questions that you have on the project. So with that.
Thanks, Mike. Good to be here. Nice to see you again. Some familiar faces. Last time I was here was probably a couple of years ago during the environmental phase when we were talking about this and trying to work through some of the solutions and things. And so some new faces since then, but some familiar faces. So it's good to be back here and kind of give you an update on this project.
Lee, I actually think it's almost entirely new faces, except for maybe Councilman Ivy. I think it's so.
Yeah, including Mr. Ed and everybody, right? So again, nice to be here. As you're aware, at Horrocks, an environmental study was done a couple of years ago that was completed for this interchange, and UDOT, in conjunction with the city, was able to get some funding and some expanded funding to do this project. And a key element of this project that I want to make sure everybody does remember, because I'm sure some of us remember quite well, and some of us still may be a little bit scarred from some of the processes that we went through before to get this worked out. But a big component of this project is actually the widening of the freeway. And so we'll be adding another lane in each direction on the freeway, on the main line of the freeway. So we'll have 3 lanes in each direction on the freeway, all the way from the SR9 interchange to Hurricane, all the way down to St. George Boulevard. And then concurrently with the design on this study, UDOT is also right now updating the environmental work for that next segment of the freeway between St. George Boulevard and Bluff Street, with the intent to go to design next year and then construction in 2024. So hopefully by the end of 2024, there'll be 3 lanes on the freeway all the way from exit 16 all the way down to Brigham Road at exit 4. So this is another important component of that, especially in this little section northbound where kind of got that grade in the truck. So that'll be a good improvement that we're looking forward to. So this figure just kind of shows the layout of the freeway and the new interchange. Just a couple of quick things that we've done that have changed maybe since you remember. Probably the biggest thing that's changed is, if you remember when we were going through the environmental process, the alternative that kind of came out of that is what they call the preferred alternative, the one they were going to build, actually had the Main Street alignment bent a little more to the left, and it connected directly into Brio Parkway, the next intersection to the west of Main Street there, and it connected into Brio Parkway. We got a lot of feedback. There were a lot of concerns from, of course, the Brio residents as well as the community and things like that about what that may do with that connection directly to Brio Parkway. Once the design was initiated, we looked at a couple of refinements that may address some of those issues. You might remember, you may have seen one option that had a couple of roundabouts in that design. From that perspective, those kind of really increased the amount of right-of-way, the footprint that was required in some of those areas, and drove up the cost. In this environment, the cost is very we're considering cost very much, because every day the projects seem to be more expensive. And so that really helps reduce some of the costs. And then one of the other things we did is we bent the freeway the crossing a little bit closer to the existing Main Street crossing, which allowed us to tie Main Street into the existing Main Street, north of Buena Vista. So now that Main Street alignment is continuous all the way up to what will be the future northern corridor. So, that'll really help reduce any, cut through traffic in the Brio community, as well as some of the other neighborhoods up there. And so I think it's really been a positive change. The other thing it did in that area is help the grades of the road be a little lower up by the Brio Parkway. Buena Vista is a little high right there, and then it kind of drops down toward Main Street, and so it's a little flatter. And by moving the interchange, it allowed us to not have to do near as much work on the freeway. Another thing that we're doing in this area is the freeway in this area is kind of squoze together a little bit through this interchange, and what that allows us to do is to build the entire project with keeping 2 lanes on I-15 open in all directions at all times through the project. So it'll really help with what we call the maintenance of traffic, helping the traffic flow all the way during construction. Of course, Main Street, historically, it was the only crossing through this area, so it has a lot of utilities in it. So we're relocating some gas lines, moving some power poles, putting some new water lines and relocating some water lines, and putting some new storm drains and a few things in there a couple of the existing utilities will kind of remain in the existing Main Street, and we'll put them in a casing to protect them. But a lot of them are going to be relocated, not only to help the interchange, but also, to help facilitate future development that may occur in that area on some of those parcels.
Lee, are you also moving a detention there on the east side of Brio?
Yeah, so the alignment you see there, right, in order to make that connection, we had to kind of go through the Brio detention basin. We've been working with them. That detention basin, there will be some of it left, but the rest of it is going to be relocated kind of kitty corner from where it's at now, in that where the existing Main Street is, and kind of adjacent to the power substation, and in that open area that's kind of left through that area. So the detention facilities, we've always been concerned just with Main Street and the flooding and the issues that have happened there in the past, right? So we should be improving the overall drainage in that area, and definitely not reducing any of the capacity that was there from before.
Are you improving because Brio's done a fairly good job on the entrance of the look. Are you planning on replacing all those
we're
same
planning
kind of
to
items and
restore their frontage. A lot of times what happens, right, is, and to make sure that happens, UDOT, when they acquire the right of way from parcels like that, they'll probably, what they do is called cost to cure. So they'll get an estimate of how much it would take to replace and restore that landscaping, and then we'll just pay that amount to the Brio HOA or the Brio community, and that way they'll be able to restore it exactly how they want it to match up with their system, and not relying on a contractor to try to figure out how to match it and tie it in.
My question has to go with now, is that detention going to be a regional detention that's a city owned, or is that going to be Brio's still on the opposite side?
That's still mostly Brio's, yeah.
So Brio will just do a land swap between where Main Street currently is. Oh, so it's not, I'm sorry, I thought it was on the other corner.
And
yeah.
Lee, can you just explain that on the mic, what
yeah,
Mike
so,
pointed out?
Yeah, the detention basin that's kind of, I don't know if I have it. Detention basin in this area, if you can see the hand on the screen at all, by Brio, that will remain Brio's. And the new detention basin on this corner between the freeway and Buena Vista, and in between Main Street and the substation, will be a new city owned detention basin. So that'll kind of tie in with the other flood improvements that's been happening along Main Street.
So is there budget to improve that look of that detention pond that'll be city owned?
Mm-hmm. And it'll tie into right, and then we'll be continuing kind of the Main Street theme with that project that was put in a couple of years ago, up through the interchange, up to the intersection. There will be a new traffic light at the Buena Vista Main Street intersection. And then no lights initially at the off ramps until the traffic volumes warrant those lights, but they're designed such that they'll easily be able to be put in. But there will be safety lighting at those off-ramp intersections.
And that's a
along the
DOT,
corridor.
it'll be a DOT paying for those lights at that time, because that'll all be a DOT, or is that a city in the future?
That'll be DOT,
Okay.
yeah. The light at Buena Vista and Main Street will be owned by the city, but the lights at the interchange, when they go in eventually, will be DOT lights. So we're providing sidewalks on both sides of Main Street to go through the interchange area to maintain, pedestrian connectivity and, to facilitate active transportation through that area. And it'll be widening Buena Vista just a little bit in the intersection area on each end. So
Lee, would you mind zooming in and maybe, I know a lot of us have questions about the trail access. I know Councilmember Casperson is involved in active transportation. It looks like that sidewalk is widened, and so I might just ask if you could point out, how that trail system might tie in with access to the south side of I-15.
Mike's killing me with his Apple computer. I don't.
I'm getting used to Apple. It's only a problem if you touch the buttons.
Right, if you touch it.
Otherwise, it's pretty good.
Yeah. So you can maybe zoom in a little bit more in the intersection, so you can see there's sidewalks on both sides of the road. We've been coordinating with the teams that have been working on the designs to widen Buena Vista, on each end of the thing, and so there is a sidewalk on both sides, 6-foot walks, I believe on I'm trying to remember, Mike, is the one a 10-foot walk on the one side? Yeah, so on the east side, or the west side, excuse me, there is a 10-foot walk, 10-foot trail, combined trail sidewalk on the side of the road, and on the east side of Main Street, there's a 6-foot sidewalk that will go, tie in at the sidewalks down at the 400 North intersection and then go up to the rest of the way.
I see some built-in traffic calming. Is there anything anticipated to be in addition to what we see there?
Not at this point, no.
So the speed limit would continue from Main Street going north at 30 miles an hour. Is that kind of what is anticipated?
Yeah.
It changes.
And you actually look at the speed limit signs.
Because he's just making sure he's not speeding, even though he probably is.
You will be seeing some work commence probably within the next month or so around this area, and what that is kind of this area. Scroll down the triangle, Mike, if you would, please. So kind of that area north of 400 North and west of Main Street and south of the interstate, that little triangle right there, all that property that's needed for the project has already been acquired by UDOT. And so they are going to start demolition on some of those properties.
They buy all the entire...
About the entire block, yeah.
Can you show with your cursor the block, just so it's on the record?
That block, okay.
Yeah, can you see it? So north of 400 North, west of Main Street, and south of that northbound off-ramp.
That entire block then.
They bought that entire
But the
block.
east side, it looks like you've provided a frontage road access.
Yeah, we're still working with those property owners to provide access to those 3 homes on the east side of Main Street in that area. That's still in negotiations with UDOT and the right of way and the property owners at that point.
Really
But some of
tough
those
for them.
properties on that triangle area that we talked about before, UDOT's going to start the demolition on those.
So is there no one there right now? Did they move out? Have
I
they fully
believe
acquired it?
2 homes.
2 homes, I think.
The one closest to the interchange, she's there till December. And the home on the corner, right on the corner.
So we're just working with them before they're...
Relocating, probably building new homes.
Yeah, they it's part of the deal. They had a kind of a lease back option to UDOT to stay in those properties and rent them until the end of the year.
So what's UDOT's, will that be UDOT property?
It will be.
So is there a plan for that property?
They usually will surplus the property once they kind of get it all laid out and decide what they want to do. So, whether they'll be, I think some of those lots may need to be reconfigured and tweaked a little bit maybe, right? But
Well, I'm just wondering if, how much land did the city give up for this right away?
the only area that the city is that north piece with the vacant area where the Main Street alignment goes through there on the north, on the north of the freeway between there and Buena Vista. That's the only part of the city right away.
Lee, is the old route of Main Street being vacated, or will that still be a passable way?
It's being vacated. Yeah, it'll be removed and filled in, and the only opening again will be back to the new Main Street. From a timing standpoint, as Mike mentioned, that we're in the final design right now. Anticipated to be done with the design about November. So the project will hopefully go out to bid before the end of the year, with construction slated to start maybe late February, early March, and with the intent of having it substantially complete and done and open by the end of 2023.
Couple of quick questions, and council, feel free to jump in if you have questions as well. But can you talk just a little bit, and maybe Mike, this is a question for you or our city engineer, Paul. Can you talk a little bit about ingress, egress on the east side of Main, on the property to the north of Buena Vista Boulevard, and the parcel with the detention basin and power station to the south, and particularly on that north west corner? Does that become a usable commercial or some other type of piece there?
So the existing Main Street, part of that asphalt will remain there, and that's how they'll access into the substation. The substation also has an access further down Buena Vista. The parcel that's between the substation and the road, that's going to be basin. So that would be used as a detention basin.
But the existing alignment is what the access will be, even that close to the intersection?
Yes, because it'll just be a very limited use just for them to get into the substation.
And then what about
Also access around the basin there for maintenance.
and then the northwest parcel? Is there access off Main and Buena Vista? Do you see ingress egress there?
No, just probably Buena Vista.
On the east side, is it like what, 600 feet from that intersection, or?
Yeah, and we really haven't looked at it, but we would try to get them to access off the lesser road, which would be Buena Vista.
Mike, was this alignment, was a part of the consideration not wanting to move the substation? Is that this, or did this preferred alignment just
Well, yeah,
accommodate
that's a
it?
huge expense to move the substation, but the alignment was, I think this is really a good compromise to where we moved it from tying into Brio to this alignment. But if we tried to come directly through the Main Street, the substation would have to be relocated.
Wasn't there more environmental impact to homes and stuff by doing straight through as well? Thought I remembered.
I don't remember.
No, it's
Probably
Come on up, Lee.
equal.
Share the
no,
mic.
It's equal.
Okay.
It's really not that much different.
I just
than going to
thought
Main
I
Street.
remembered that there probably
Yeah.
was something on 300 East.
And the other
we were
issue,
looking at.
kind of with the Main Street, is right that much further up, all of a sudden you come the ramps, and the ramp intersection would be so close to Buena Vista, it'd almost be like another exit 10 situation with the frontage road and the ramp so close to each other. So scooting it over helps, increase that spacing between there, and hopefully that'll help it operate a little better. But again, yeah, that substation was a several $1 million expense to try to relocate that.
Council, what other questions do you have for Lee and Mike?
Mayor, just maybe a comment. I just want to share my appreciation for working this through. I know the Brio residents, a lot of them, when they saw the previous design, that it was going to go through their project, they were concerned about the traffic. And, I really think that this is the best alternative, where we can utilize a road that's already there, keep the main traffic out of Brio and stuff. And I appreciate working together to that end. I'm happy with the result myself.
Lee, I'm just because we might get some questions, that south side ramp kind of looks like a looping kind of circular ramp compared to the north side. Is there a technical reason why it's designed to kind of take more space on that side than the north?
Yeah, so a couple of reasons. One is there's kind of a minimum distance between the ramps that need to be provided in order for their, as you know, stacking of the left turns between the ramps to turn each direction, as well as to in the future synchronize the signals and things together. And so this looks that way mostly because it's a little skewed. Like a lot of times when you see the interchanges, right, the ramps are kind of equidistant from the cross street, but because of the power station, those southbound ramp is slammed right against the freeway, which pushes the northbound ramps a little farther away in order to maintain that spacing so you can get your left turn stacking for people going, you know, left onto the on-ramps in each direction. So that's the primary reason. And then, you know, the other thing that was important in that design, not only to miss the substation on that corner, but as the on-ramp southbound comes down a little further, making sure that we could, you know, avoid any impacts at all to the boilers area or anything else with the ramp. So that's kind of the high-level technical reasons.
Okay, Chief Williams had emergency access. What does that look like during the construction of all of this?
Well, Chief's not going to like this answer. We're trying to keep Main Street open as long as possible, right? But there's going to come a time where we got to start filling in the old Main Street to get the new Main Street going. So there'll be a period of about, yeah, depending on the contractor's schedule, probably around 5 or 6 months where Main Street will have to be closed. There will also be a period of time when it's not closed that it may be reduced down to one lane to facilitate moving of the gas line and a couple of the utilities. So yeah, there will be a period of 5 to 6 months where access will have to go down through, emergency access will have to go down through exit 10 or up to exit 13.
Can we
to
not
get across.
construct the new section?
What's that?
Can we not construct the new section before we take that out?
It's just not feasible with
Too
how
close.
close the existing opening is to where the new bridge is and to be able to maintain the traffic on the freeway. You know, we are putting some incentives into the contract to encourage the contractor to try to minimize the amount of time that Main Street will be closed. So, you know, the contractor that can minimize that will receive somewhat of an advantage.
So long-term, does that tunnel go away completely?
Yeah, when it's all done, the existing Main Street will be completely gone, and the
It'll
only
just be
opening will
backfilled
at the new
underneath the
Main Street.
freeway and like it was never
Yeah.
there. It does also pose a bit of a challenge to our fire department. He's got a station right there. Again, it's going to have to go on Buena Vista to the other
Yeah,
interchanges.
yes, it will change that routing for a few months when it's closed.
Is the little slip road onto the east side houses, is that proposed to be a public road?
That's a good question. You know, at the end of the cul-de-sac there, he's talking about this road here, and there's a new road that kind of goes to the north and then cuts back to the east behind those condos and then drops back down, which is the access to maintain the access to those homes on Main Street. So a little bit of that area by the cul-de-sac as it goes north, there is some city-owned easement property there. Right now, it's kind of designed at somewhere between a driveway and a full access, but with enough pavement width to accommodate emergency access and garbage trucks and, you know, fire trucks that would need
Like
to go
an
in there.
alley or a lane kind of a thing.
Kind of I think we're looking at 36 feet of right of way, I think, and about a 20-foot pavement section, I think, in that neighborhood. So it would allow that to happen. I mean, you know, I would expect that it's not going to get much use except for the residents that live there, but
Some of that though falls on the current public road of Main Street, so we'll need to do a little cleanup work as whatever manifests.
yeah, so there will be some removal and kind of restoration of some of those areas of existing Main Street that's going to go away. But yeah, some of that existing Main Street on that spot will be used for that access to those properties.
So Lee, just in that area where you're just talking about, I'm trying to see the access to that area you just talked about where it comes off of Main Street. The access needs to be at a right angle. How, as far as I understand, can you just kind of give an idea of how you're going to access those
Oh
homes?
yeah, I should
Just kind of-
clarify. So right at this spot right there, there's no connection at all between Main Street and that driveway. They're completely separate. So the only way to access those homes will be off of 100 East to go up and around those condos units and then back down. So there's no tie to Main Street at all whatsoever right there. And that's kind of related to that question the mayor asked earlier. Between 400 North and those northbound ramps, there'll be no driveway, curb cuts, no access at all on Main Street. And then between the southbound ramps and Buena Vista, there'll be no access at all. So like the access to city parcel will come off of a, maybe an intersection that ties into Buena Vista or some other features. And then on that other property to the kind of to the north east, there is a access on Buena Vista at the extreme east edge of that property, kind of where the kind of over in this area, I think is an access for that property in the future.
That makes sense. I didn't see how you was going to get a right angle out of that. So, thank you.
So again, there's still, like I say, we're still in negotiations with a couple of the property owners. So especially down that access area, there's a potential it could tweak a little bit.
Are
But
those negotiations going okay?
yeah,
I mean, is
so
it-
far I think
you feeling good about it? I know this has been kind of a impact our community, the idea of an off-ramp there and everything. And we, we appreciate every mercy
Yeah.
that we can do to respect them and what
Right.
they're.
Well, St. George is sharing your pain right now because they're looking at a new interchange at 700 South on I-15. So very similar situation.
So Lee, while this is a UDOT-driven project, Washington City, we have budgeted for some funding, and what I look at this and I share the council's concern for traffic calming, right? As we go on to our especially on the south side, and Mike, you just commended on the Main Street design and the way that turned out, but. So traffic calming is a big concern. Obviously, initially I like the idea of roundabouts just for aesthetics, but I also recognize that with inflation, the cost came up, and that also required more property to take. But as I think gateway, I also think that part of the money that we bring to the table could be used for some aesthetics, right? Essentially kind of some branding for Washington, and I'm just kind of wondering about the process there a little bit and how we work through that design. Traveling even south into Nevada, you go through some of those areas, and you have some really attractive, even into the south side of St. George, some really attractive design and art along those. And so it'd be nice to make this be more than just concrete and asphalt. It'd be nice to have this have a little bit of character where it comes right into our downtown.
Yeah, we're definitely working on some aspects of that will be, in the budget is some money to, do some painting or staining or coloring of the bridge and some of the areas in there. So it's just not a pure concrete. I mean, whether it's exact color, for
And
example,
even
like down at the
kind
mall.
of sometimes landscaping offers some opportunity for some art and just for some character, I think.
Yeah, UDOT, we haven't finalized those negotiations yet, but there is some available, and the city definitely has some input on what they'd like to see there, with the caveat that there would be an agreement between UDOT and the city. So whatever landscaping or trees or whatever is put in there above what UDOT kind of calls their baseline level, which is basically just maybe a colored rock mulch type of approach. But if there were irrigation systems and different plantings and things that went in, like between the ramps and the freeway to spruce it up, or down at Bluff Street, they got all those trees and those different things in there. I mean, the city would be responsible for all that maintenance and upkeep of any landscaping and aesthetics in the interchange area.
So we do that already on exit 13. I think we maintain that landscaping, but when do we have to decide that, those kind of things?
So Lee wouldn't probably know this, but we've already signed the agreements with UDOT for the aesthetics. So the money that the city's putting into the project is for aesthetics. And we've already signed that agreement with UDOT as well as the maintenance agreement with UDOT for those. So that's already in place and moving forward. We just really haven't hit that point in the project where we're, making it pretty. Yeah, it's still to come.
Yeah.
So Mike, as Mayor was talking, I was thinking about the cement inlay that has oftentimes the city's logo or a street name or something. Is any of that included in this?
Well, like I say, we haven't got to the
You haven't got
pretty
to that
point
yet.
of the design. We're just getting through all the mechanics of the design, and then really the next steps that we're going to jump into would probably be the aesthetics part. So we'll start looking at the rock mulches, the colored concretes, the different.
Art elements, a little bit of art elements. I really appreciate it. Council, I want to make sure that we take as much time as you feel like we need on this. I don't want to rush this. This is probably the most important thing we do tonight. So if you have other questions, comments, I want to keep this as fluid as we need.
Mayor, probably just not really for these gentlemen, but just maybe a thought that, we've heard tonight that the Main Street's going to be inaccessible for about 6 months. Maybe being out ahead of that, working with Public Works and public, the public safety divisions of the city to just try to find ways to minimize. You're dealing with two
Like that.
exits, but I think if we're out ahead of it now, maybe speed limits and whatever we need to do to be prepared when that gets here. I think that would be a wise thing to do. I can't see any way, like you said, any way forward to keep Main Street open, but yet it is a corridor for 62 and for a lot of that northwest travel. So
Yeah, there are pain points, certainly, and I like what you're saying. I think the council's probably in agreement that we got to have, our IT and public affairs kind of out in front of that, making sure, in fact, that's one of the main reasons we're here tonight, right? We want to make sure that as soon as that design was substantially complete, we bring it to an open meeting, we present to the council, and of course, these meetings are open to the public, so we want the residents who are going to be affected to know what's happening, what's happening there.
And when it gets a little closer through Paul and Public Works, we'll definitely be able to give you probably at least 2 months of advance notice before the construction would actually start.
And I know Mike's group does a great job, just, keeping on the website, and there's the projects tab, and, they worked on projects that were in-house. They've done a great job of just keeping people updated and informed. And so that's easy to find on WashingtonCity.org and, clicking over projects. Are there other places where, staff or residents can look for more information? Is this on a UDOT website or something, Lee?
It is on a UDOT page. This map that you're looking at today is on the city's website. So if you go to this project on the city's website, you can see this same map, and you can zoom in and look at it closer. And I believe there's also a link on the city webpage to the UDOT website that talks about this project.
And sometimes I've seen where there's been road projects and access to businesses have been closed and things like that. I'm guessing that UDOT or the city will have signs, questions. I think that's critical as the council's thinking this through, just that we inform the residents, and especially of the road closures, and like I say, there's going to be some pain points, and we're going to all field a lot of questions about this, and hopefully
Right.
after it's all said and done, we'll appreciate what it took to get there.
Yeah, I think the other thing that's planned that would be helpful. Many of you may be aware of that Dixie Transportation Expo that happens down at the Dixie Center at the beginning of February. That'll be right at the prime time when the design's complete, and right before construction starts. And so that would be also a good opportunity where we can have a nice figure and a drawing and some explanation in the city's booth that they usually do at that website, or UDOT's booth, about what is going to happen in a more succinct construction schedule and stuff like that to help inform the public as well.
Further questions?
Yeah, thanks for your time. I'm happy to come back anytime you want if you need another update down down the road, and this may not on the agenda, but Mike, I'm just going to throw in an extra comment that we are also working on the design of the new interchange at 3650 South and the Southern Parkway. It's right on the heels of that one. That one is supposed to go out to bid in probably early February. We're
Okay.
also slated for construction for next year. So, you know, I'm happy to come back at a future time if you want a little more information on that one when we get a little closer. We're about just barely kind of 30% design right now getting started, but working on that one too. So some great projects, and
Absolutely. Reach out and let us know when you're getting to that point, and we'll get you on the schedule. I want the council to be involved in that, and want the residents who live down there to be aware of it as well.
perfect. Will do.
Thank you.
Happy to see
Appreciate your work. I know this has been quite the process, and I know you're doing everything you can with the funding that you have. So
Right. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
okay, item number 3 is a presentation on our moderate income housing plan. I'll invite our city planner, Eldon Gibb, to come and handle that.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'll see if I can share this screen here. So we wanted to get this on a work session, just discuss it before it becomes on a normal agenda meeting. This was brought to us by the state. Currently, we report an annual report to the state for our moderate income housing. And in short, they changed the requirements. That we need to update our verbiage, and that's what this amendment is for, is to update the verbiage to become in compliance with that. Do you want me to just walk through it, or do you want to discuss it? You tell me.
Why don't you take us through at a high level, and then if the council has questions, council, please feel free to jump in if you're okay with that.
You bet. Yeah, so goal number 1 is currently in the general plan. We're going to scratch that due to the wording not matching with the state. The proposed verbiage will change to strategy 1, which states create or allow for and reduce regulations related to internal or detached accessory dwelling units in residential zones. And we're currently are on the up on this, having recently done a lot of work with that. And then we're also required to have an implementation plan with a timeline on that. And number 1 states on a regular basis to promote the establishment of accessory dwelling units to increase the supply of affordable rental units. Number 2 is annually review the related accessory dwelling unit ordinances to ensure they are in line with state law and no unnecessary barriers are in place. And then number 3 is annually review the related accessory dwelling unit ordinances to ensure they are satisfactory to the city.
Mayor, just to maybe chime in on the back of Eldon's comments, the council's well aware that we've worked on these ordinances recently. We may work on them a little bit more to just keep track with this new strategy and the new goal of we want to be viewed as a city that supports the mandate that the legislature's provided. We want to facilitate accessory dwelling units when they comply with our ordinances, and so we'll keep working on those ordinances.
You know, council, that's probably a good idea, because I can see a lot of legislation coming for the next several years to try to keep up with. So it's a good idea.
And that's part of why we have that objective to annually review our ordinance, just make sure it's up to date with where we want to be.
I think, I think we're heading in the right direction on this. I had a city resident talk to me about a week ago and said, hey, I understand you guys have made some changes, there with the accessory dwelling units. I said, yeah. And he said, well, I'm kind of checking into it because my daughter, she's just graduating from college. She can't afford a place. So I'm thinking about maybe, doing something because he lives on a big lot. And I said, well, that's what it's for. So I said, go in and talk to the city and they'll tell you all the particulars on it. So I think, it's a real need in our community right now. Affordable housing is just a struggle. And so I think that some of these adjustments that we've made are going to be good for a lot of families in Washington. So
Well said.
Moving on to goal number 2. Again, that verbiage doesn't match with the state requirement. We're scratching that out with the associated strategies. And the proposed verbiage for the new strategy is to implement zoning incentives for moderate income dwelling units in new developments. And the associated plan and timeline are to annually review residential density ordinances and identify areas that could be beneficial and or accommodate the implementation and or changes to the moderate income housing zoning incentives. And number 2 is to annually review the moderate income housing zoning incentives to determine effectiveness and efficiency towards providing moderate income housing. Any questions there? Strategy 2. Moving on to strategy or goal number 3. Again, that verbiage doesn't match. We're going to scratch that. And the proposed verbiage is demonstrate creation of or participation in a community land trust program for moderate income housing. And the implementation plan and timeline is to annually review moderate income housing land trust programs, identifying and or implementing areas that could be beneficial and or accommodate changes to these programs.
Hey, Eldon, can I ask, so is this verbiage like what they sent us, or they had a couple guidelines and then?
No, it needs to be verbatim for them to approve it.
The strategies, we get to do the implementation of how we want to do it, but the strategies, they put out a list of ones. Here's what you get to pick from, cities. So pick the ones you want, minimum of 3.
All right.
Yeah, but the implementation we can throw in there of how we want to accomplish that particular strategy. I think that's what you wanted to know, Councilman, right? Yeah, the strategy is they gave verbiage. Implementation left it to our discretion.
I actually really like this. I like that we're emphasizing accessory dwelling units. I like that we're reviewing our general plan and our zoning. And I like that we're looking into the land trust programs. I think these make a lot of sense. I think there are things that have already been on our mind. And so surprisingly, I think the state's showing some pretty good leadership in helping us
And that's why when
get the
Ellen and I
water to the
met-
end of the row.
Yeah, when we met on this, I thought, well, here's 3 of them we're already.
We
doing.
were already,
Why-
these were
why go
already
out?
on our radar as a council, and especially number 1, this council's been working really hard on that.
It's hard enough to keep up with all the legislation, as Councilman you're kind of reference to. So
It
we
is,
want to
it
pick the
is.
things we want to use that we're already doing. Might as well take advantage of that. So
Yeah.
Even in strategy 3, you're talking about creating a community land trust. That's gonna be a lot of work, a lot of effort into that. But, Mayor, just as a comment, I'm glad that the cities are being proactive, and this is kind of the approach, because the one thing that we heard repeated at the Capitol is that if cities aren't willing to do the hard things, we will. And we want to maintain that here. And so we understand that we're in this together, but we don't feel like their decisions are going to be best for us down here. So
one of the things I've noticed, and I discuss it with other people that are in my business, when I first started into the business that I'm in, it was very common for us to work on, and Councilman Ivy knows this too, but most of the homes we worked on were 1,200 square feet, 1,500 square feet. A large home back then, 35 years ago, was 1,800 square feet. And, these 1,500 square foot homes were kind of starter homes, and young families could get into them, single family houses with a yard, and begin to raise their family. And as the years have gone by, now, a small home is 2,800 square feet. And, I'd love to I don't know who, we could all put our heads together and decide, how do we get to a point where we could have some developments that, where we could build a 1,200 square foot house or a 1,500 square foot house for a family. It's just, what's the term for that? The
Missing middle.
Missing middle, right? The missing middle. And, I've beat my head against the wall for years trying to figure out, why can't we get back to the point where we can build some starter homes that actually, have a yard where the young families can play and stuff like that. And I know there's a lot of factors. Part of it is the cost of the land. Part of it is the cost of the building permits. The first building permit I ever pulled, I think it was $4,000 total, and now we're $30,000 a lot of times by the time we're done. But I know there's a lot of factors, but it'd be nice if we could somehow come up with some ideas to where we could, see some smaller homes being built again to give young families a start. And I think, Councilman Ivy, you're working with Senator Lee on that kind of stuff. I'm thinking there may be some opportunity there with some of those public lands if we could, could do it right. There's some opportunity to where that we could maybe get back to building some of those smaller homes.
That's a great comment, Councilman. And the truth is that if you could acquire the property, you could almost get it done.
Yeah.
But that seems to be the stumbling block of before you can even get out of the gate. That's what kind of knocks you over. But
So what were just for my information, what were the cost of the lots that you'd purchased back then when you built those?
Oh, back in the day,
30,000.
yeah, or less. So sometimes you were 20 to 30,000 on a lot.
My first house was 35, and that was 20 years ago. So.
Yeah. So
There are a lot of factors that go into that, but I like where we're headed with this, especially making better use of the land that's available that people already own. Even driving through our downtown area of Washington, there are a lot of big lots that we could do potentially more with that people already own. So those are really good creative ideas, I think, that people are coming up with. So
I really like this conversation. Those are insightful comments. When the city manager and I were in Salt Lake last week, we met with a few state officials, and in two separate times they asked, what is our city's appetite for multi-unit housing or apartments? And I said, well, we've just had 3 apartment projects that have been approved. And the response that I gave is, I'm looking for young couples and next generations who want to stay here to be able to have a home that they own. And so what I see right now with a lot of the higher density are rentals, and whether they're apartment buildings or townhome sixplexes or whatever, it seems that these couples that that are today where we were 20 and 30 years ago, they're not able to buy because they're competing with retirees that are coming in with equity and a pension and even some institutional investors. And so my response to both of those questions on the Hill were that we want the missing middle, which includes small lots and 1,200 square foot homes, but we want to be able to have an individual or someone who needs to have home ownership be able to buy that. And with the missing middle, I even see opportunities for duplexes and triplexes and fourplexes with variations of configuration, but that somebody can own. I just think at some point we've got to let people have some skin in the game and experience kind of that ownership. And so I don't know how we do that, but it seems like the pressure that we get constantly is for properties to be owned by an individual or a company and then rented, and then the next generations don't have the same opportunity.
No, the key is to get in the game, is how I tell everyone. Just get in the game. One way or another, you got to get in the game. That way you can move up in the game. And it really is a game when you talk about real estate and getting that ownership, and it's important to get it. I mean, it's one thing I'm stressing with my own children is, hey, you're going to have to get in the game, and I'd suggest get in sooner than later.
Councilman, when you talk about getting in the game, we have to make it economically viable. We've got to create those avenues for people to to make it engaging with them and something productive and profitable, because we live in a very unique area. We know that. And to be able to do that, we've got to find ways for people to be self-motivated in it. And I like the idea that we look at those zonings. And I know, you know me, I've been a councilman that's been known that I don't like high densities. I just, I'm blah, blah. But the times we live in, that's the driving factor, because that's where that missing middle is going to be found I think in those areas, because we have the landscapes in front of us. We just have to find it and make it happen, I think.
And we as a council have to be open to different ideas and different looks of different types of properties, because I applaud this council that we move forward on that stuff out at Red Waters. It's a tighter density, but it's more of a standalone townhome on each. They're just tight between each other. So it's just properties like that we have to look at. And in some areas it's not right. Some areas it is right to do it. I agree, but I think we all agree the problem is the land is just so expensive.
Well, and I think some of you remember over a year ago, we started having some community land trust conversations, and I appreciate the fact that that's strategy number 3. And just by virtue of time, I removed myself, but I'm happy that our city manager is part of that, and so he's working on some strategies or some ways to implement this strategy on a community land trust. And I think he'll, knowing his capacity, I think he'll bring back some things to the council too that will help, and that on the community land trust, it specifically is for ownership of those not even low income earners, but median incomes that are just priced out of the market, right? You're talking your teachers and your firefighters and your healthcare workers and just kind of those essential workers, and everyone's essential, but not the high earners. And so I think we have some opportunities to get creative and attack it on each of these 3 fronts, and I think we can do it. So anyway, sorry, Eldon, I guess this is what a council should do, right? We should counsel.
That's great. That's exactly what we wanted. Good discussion and feedback, and learn where we're heading, the goals that we need to hit to get there. Lastly, I'll be quick here, is goal number 4. We're scratching that, and we'll meet the requirements with those 3 strategies that I presented. I'm happy to answer any further questions.
So essentially, now you're saying we want to bring these updates back to an update to the general plan for
Correct.
that chapter,
Yeah.
for chapter
If
4
you'd
housing.
like to see any changes or modifications made, I would implement those before bringing them back.
Do you have anything that comes to mind now, council, or?
This seems more simple than the old version, is it? I like that. So,
It's apples to apples.
okay.
I think it's strategies that we actually want to look at, which
like
makes a
it.
big difference. Sometimes these are they're just words on a paper to fit a bill that's been passed. I don't think that's what this is. I think this council is very committed to looking at strategies that actually work, and that's what these are.
Yeah, we just want to get this in front of you because we're on a timeline that we have to have this full report. This is just a portion of the report we have to turn in. And so we just have to meet our deadlines. That's why I want to get on a work session. You could iron it out here if you had any issues, because we'll be bringing that back as an amendment in the next couple of weeks, I think, that we
24th.
have it. And so we can then meet our deadline. And so just to let you know where we're at on that kind of too. So
Looks good. I like it. Thanks, Eldon.
Thank you.
Great work. Thank you. Item number 4 is open and public meetings training by our city attorney, Thad Segmiller. And we do have a hard stop at 5:30, and maybe you can get us out of here a little earlier than that. Do we need number 2 pencil with the Scantron?
I'm not taking a test.
Thank you, Mayor. This is indeed my favorite meeting of the year every year. This is our annual public meetings. I'm trying to figure out how to get this to properly display so that it actually shows my. There we go. Okay, so Mayor, thank you for the time. I've handed out a handout, mostly as a resource because there is a legislative requirement that we do training on this law every year, but it doesn't require a certain time period. So we just try to handle it in a public meeting, address it, and then make sure people have what the resources they need to learn anything further. Just an expression of gratitude to the mayor. This is one of those laws that also comes with a mandate that we actually train on it every year. And the mayor took the lead this year. You'll see there the presiding officer of the public body shall ensure that the members are provided with annual training. And so here we are, the mayor got this organized for us, and we'll do that today to satisfy the legislature's requirements. I want to start, I think the legislature's provided a public policy statement here in the law that I know our city embraces, and it really is the essence of just representative government, which is, you'll see there, it's the public policy of this state that the agencies and political subdivisions exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business. And then in subsection 2, it's the intent of the legislature and its agencies and subdivisions that these actions are taken openly and that the deliberations are conducted openly. And I just think that's a really nice policy under which a governing body plans its meetings and really can start the training on this an Open Meetings Act. That's the purpose. We're a governing body. We're here to handle the public's business openly. We're here to deliberate the public's deliberations openly. And just as kudos to our city, I think that we embrace this requirement and we do everything openly. And I think that's a benefit to our citizens. I'm now going to just turn to the handout so that the public can see that if they'd like as we move along here. One of the challenges of the Act is it defines what a meeting is, and there's essentially a really broad definition within the Act. The goal is to cover any activity of a council or a commission or an appeals board that looks like the conduct of public business, in theory, should fall under this umbrella. And again, our city, we recognize that. Our planning commission's meetings are all properly noticed and held according to this Act. If we have an appeals board hearing, we'll properly notice that and hold it according to this Act. And then, of course, our regular council meetings. The Act defines the meeting as the convening of a public body. I think that's important. And it's not the convening of a council member. It's the convening of a public body with a quorum president for the purpose of discussing, receiving comments from the public about, or acting upon a matter over which the public body has jurisdiction or advisory power. So there's a lot of wrinkles to that. The first one is we could convene the city council to talk about the Super Bowl, and it obviously falls outside of this definition. Now, as a practice, we're really careful to avoid any suggestions that we're convened at all, because if the public sees us convened, I think they assume that we're handling the public business. So we would never have that hypothetical. But you'll see there are scenarios in which, in theory, we could all be in the same building. Let's maybe maybe there would be a funeral of somebody in town that we wanted to recognize. We could all be in the same room, and it wouldn't amount to a meeting pursuant to this law. But if there was going to be a discussion of anything related to public work, we would properly notice it. We would hold it as an open and public meeting. There's also the social, the chance thing. We all end up at the same, grand opening of a new restaurant, having dinner at the same time. Those do not count. There is specific statutory exception for that. I think the bigger message is probably, if you feel like the public's business is being discussed, you should maybe pause and just make sure, are we properly complying with this? Are we discussing the public's business with the right notice in the right location? There's the possibility, let's say we've got a council member on site somewhere and then 2 calling in. Because of the way that meetings can be held electronically, that might amount to a public meeting, especially if we're deliberating the public's business or making a decision about it. And so just be cautious, because electronic attendance is essentially the same thing as in-person attendance. If you're in a discussion where you're deliberating the public's business or making decisions, whether you're there in person or via electronics is really not viewed any differently.
And Thad, would you say then that we just need to be aware, or the council needs to be aware of not to create a quorum, right? Which is essentially 3 of the 5
Correct.
in any discussion that's not social.
Correct. I'm going to take your lead there, Mayor. Go ahead.
Can I ask a question, Thad?
Absolutely.
Like if, you know, how I attend the planning commission.
Mhm.
So let's say that, you know, we're at planning commission and I'm sitting there and a couple other council members come in and they're sitting in, you know, not anywhere close to me. Would that be considered a quorum?
That if there's 3 of them, that would equate to a quorum, but our planning commission meetings are already held and noticed as public meetings. And
Well, that's okay then.
So yeah, we don't have any concern with that situation.
Okay.
Yeah, we've left before.
Say that again?
We've left before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Sweet. Now we can all hang out at planning too if we need to.
Yeah.
I would say if the 3 of you are hanging out in the back discussing public business in the middle of a planning commission, then we've crossed the line, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we understand.
If you're just attending a meeting and watching and it's already been noticed, I think you're in good shape.
The chairman, you don't want to have the chairman of the planning commission kick you out of his meeting, so make sure you're quiet back there. There are some interesting wrinkles with the question of a quorum, and the mayor kind of led us into that. The quorum is a simple majority, which means 3 of this public body. The simple majority is 3. It takes 3 to make it. But you'll see there in the statute, the quorum does not include a meeting of 2 elected officials by themselves. And it says when no action, either formal or informal, is taken. And so there is a wrinkle that if 2 meet and take public action or have public deliberation, the statute intends that that would be a deliberation that's made open in public. And so quorum is the 3, but if there's 2 of you meeting somewhere and you're handling the public business, you should feel uncomfortable. You should think, man, what do we need to do to get this properly under the statute?
Can you cite an example of what that might look like?
Well, lawfully 2 can't take an action, but I think 2 could easily have a deliberation on matters of the public business, and they just need to be careful. Just be careful that when you're deliberating the public's work, you do it in a public meeting.
But that if it were the mayor and the council member went to meet with some citizens about a concern, that would be acceptable.
Yes. Like meeting with a citizen about a citizen concern, you know, there's a public element to that, but that's not the same as, you know, the public's business of land use approvals, finance approvals, you know, all the things that you would take an action on. If they go to meet with a citizen about, you know, a vote on the budget, you're probably getting into the area that, hey, let's bring this back to a public meeting.
But just help me to make sure I understand this correctly. Let's say that there's something that I want to communicate to the council. So I invite Councilmember Casperson and Martinson, for example. The 3 of us could have a discussion because I'm a non-voting member. Is that correct?
For this purpose, yes. I think that the appearance of the mayor and 2 council members is something that the public might perceive in a way that we'd rather, you know, not have happen. But yeah, for this purpose.
So the
you're
optics
correct.
aren't good. So just be careful on those kind of.
Yeah, and you know, we don't get there much because, well, I've never seen this because our city is so good about making everything be available. The question is, so what if they do meet and don't publicly, you know, notice it? That essentially means that whatever electronics you've used at that meeting, if a court determines a meeting to have been public, your electronics can be seized and be made public records, your phones. And so part of what we're trying to accomplish here is to keep it all public so that what we do is available to the public and they don't get to, you know, have a fishing expedition on your personal stuff, right?
So
And
the best interaction is typically then just one-on-one interaction. Then if there needs to be communication.
one-on-one, and again, just be aware that there's the representative role that you all fill that doesn't have to be put into a public meeting. But the minute you're deliberating the public business, you're talking about public decisions, I think is the minute you think, you know, let's bring this to a meeting.
Yeah.
So what you're really talking about is any situation where you're purposely trying to avoid a meeting by meeting in small groups. So city manager, even if I went and met with every one of you, but we made decisions that then when you get to the public meeting, it feels like this decision's already been made, the deliberation's already been held. That's when we're, but there are a lot of times when discussion is held, but we're not deciding the public business in
Right.
some back room. I think
It's just general conversation and
but I think we've all been to meetings where you get there and you're expecting a big deliberation of some public body, and it feels like I missed the meeting. It already happened somewhere else, and I missed it. And I don't know. We don't need to pick on the legislature, but they exempt themselves from a lot of these rules. and I've been to the legislature when you think, where was the debate? I missed the whole discussion, and it was held somewhere else
On the last day of the session?
on the last day of the session. And so I think everybody kind of understands the intent. And if we're doing things to purposely skirt having to sit in this meeting and have an open discussion, then we're probably doing it wrong. If we're having some discussions that are better held one-on-one because maybe only one or two council members have a particular interest or need some training, that's totally different.
Yeah, that I underline those words when no action, either formal or informal, is taken. I think that's the line that we try to remember. If it's an informal meeting where we're trying to make a decision, I think you should feel uncomfortable and say, look, let's make this a matter at a public meeting, right? If it's an informal meeting where you're just talking about an issue, let's say, more parking for an area, right? Or a change to our zoning principles or policies, and you're not making actions or decisions, I think that you're fine to meet and have those discussions. And Jeremy is correct. In this Open and Public Meetings Act, the definition of meeting has several exceptions, and some of those are the legislature. As we've talked, a number of you have assignments to sit on other committees and commissions, and I'm sure you've all noticed that any of those that are handling the public business, the mosquito abatement district, the waste district, those meetings are also held as open and public meetings. And it's important that we encourage them to do so, and also important that we have training so that we do that appropriately, because that's still the business of the public.
So just to clarify, if let's say Council Ivy and I went and listened to residents at their homes, we're just listening, we're not really taking action, and then that's different than.
Yeah, I think that's totally appropriate. And we could draw a few other analogies. Say you and Councilman Ivy want to go look at a park and talk about, the park structure. I think that's very much appropriate. If you want to go somewhere and say, hey, let's decide to get rid of this park structure. That's where we start getting into kind of the decision, the taking action element. And so, yeah, discussion, investigation, just, site visits to learn and see. I think that's all very much appropriate. It doesn't need to be handled under a publicly noticed meeting.
So really, it's just any discussion that entices decision by the council needs to be made in public. We can't have sidebar comments that could be unfair to the public and their.
Correct. And I think that our city does a good job of keeping those in these chambers. The law includes a number of requirements, most of which because we live with them. You interact with the recorder's office, who does a really good job of making sure that we get our meetings and our agendas properly noticed. Our IS and IT department makes sure that we get it available on our website as well as other locations. And so one of the requirements is we give the public notice of when we're going to meet. And I remember from my times on the council, and I'm sure you all reflect the same sentiment, you're happy when the public come to the meetings. It's nice as an elected member to have the feedback and have them come. And so as staff, we work hard to make sure we meet these deadlines. Anyway, so they're just training you that there are some requirements there, and we meet those with every public meeting we hold. Sometimes you think, gee, I'm sure getting a lot of emails about the agenda. Well, again, this law also requires that we have an agenda and that we make it specific and give you enough information there that any member of the public can look at it and say, gee, I need to attend this meeting because I'm interested in this issue. And so again, the recorder's office and other staff help make sure that we have specific and knowledgeable agendas that can help the public know and attend the meetings that they would like. The law requires that we keep minutes and recordings. Our city's taken a bit of a progressive approach where our minutes are essentially just a transcript that references an actual full recording of the meeting. And so folks can get a document of written minutes, and it'll have links to the sections of the meeting that are essentially time-stamped. And so somebody could go, and it used to be that you'd want to review the minutes, so you'd get the document that would then have a sense of an executive summary of the discussion. Now they would go get the document and actually go hear every word and comment and the intonation and the setting in which it was all made, so they could better understand the meeting. It would take a little longer. Our perception as a public would rather have a few more minutes dedicated to get the full just meat of what had occurred. And so that approach does comply with the state law, but it is different than just a traditional written minutes with summaries. It's the full meeting, and we do the courtesy through the recorder's office to have the link be just the timestamp that's dedicated to that one, so they don't have to watch the full 3 hours.
Can I just real quick ask the council how you're liking that? And
I love it.
seeing those nods, and I just want to give credit where due. That the idea to do that came from Councilmember Casperson, and I really appreciated that. And then just really appreciate the recorder's office and then our information services working together to make that so clean and streamlined and accurate. So I just don't think there's any more transparency than that. And so I just really wanted to thank you for your leadership on that.
Yeah, thank you, council member. It's interesting because the traditional way, there's work, and the recorder's office has gotten good at the process of grabbing each of the video sections and connecting them, but it takes work. The downside of the old traditional way, though, is just the perennial criticism of the summary doesn't reflect what happened. And I know that the recorder's office felt the burden of that criticism, but it's impossible to take 15 minutes of discussion with 6 people that contribute and render it to 4 sentences, right? And so while the recorder's office has embraced the work to accomplish this new method, I think they're grateful to be released from kind of the burden of summarizing things in a way that are really hard to summarize.
And I also like the intentional and thoughtful way they have archived those records, so they're stored in the city archives, and so they can be pulled and accessed for probably generations to come.
Yep. We then go to the closed meeting section. Again, this is a portion of the state act. It authorizes us to hold closed meetings in some sections, and so we start with the policy of we handle the public's business in the public, and then there's a long section about closed meetings. Most of those are exceptions for the legislature, but some of those apply to us, and any time that we need to discuss certain categories of the public business, the legislature has authorized us to do it in a public meeting or in a closed session. The closed session still has recordation, but it's not publicly available, and it's preserved, but not made public unless a judge or some tribunal was to authorize that it be allowed to be publicly released. And so it's still recorded. There's still a record of it. We just don't make it public meeting. And so that's the closure is essentially that, is we don't make it public from the outset. Those are some of the categories that this council works with as they come along. If we're discussing the character, professional competence of an individual, mental health of an individual, litigation that's pending or imminent, real estate transactions. There's a lot of others in there that we don't commonly handle, but things like with intellectual property and other information that if it were made public would put the city at a disadvantage. The statute allows us to handle that in a closed session. Electronic meeting, many of you lived through this as we held electronic meetings constantly during the COVID era. We now essentially have a hybrid where we've constantly got the ability to have electronic attendance. We'll hear those Siri prompts every now and again. And so it's allowed, it's lawful. We try to allow both avenues in our public meetings when available. The law does address disruptions. essentially the mayor or the chairman can remove anybody that's disrupting an open and public meeting. We try to be pretty generous with allowing folks to even share strong opinions. There is a section in the law that allows anyone to record public meetings as they wish. And so we allow that as long as it, again, isn't disruptive of the proceedings. Some enforcement, annual training provisions, and Mayor, I just turn it to you of any other insight or questions that you might direct to me as part of this training.
No, just really appreciate the concise and thorough approach you've taken, and really we do it right. We've done it right for a long time. I think this council, already I knew this information, but it's just a great refresher and reminder of we do the public's business in the public.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll call for a motion to adjourn the work session.
So moved.
Motion by Coates,
Second.
second by Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
We stand adjourned, and we'll reconvene at 6 p.m. for our regular meeting. Welcome to Washington City Council meeting. We're here in City Hall in the council chambers. Today is Wednesday, August 10th, 2022. Our meetings are also streamed live on our YouTube station at washingtoncity.org/meetings. We're actually really happy to see each of you tonight, and we know it's a pretty special night for some of our law enforcement, so we appreciate that. To get started, we'll continue the tradition that we've done this year, which is having our invocations offered by members of the Interfaith Council. And this evening, I've invited Shadman Bashir from the Muslim community to come forward and introduce himself and tell a little bit about his group, and then lead us in a prayer.
Thank you very much. It's always an honor and a pleasure to come in for these events, and I work with some wonderful people in the Interfaith Council, where different faiths and differences are respected and valued. And I became a citizen in St. George in 2019, and this is home for me and my family. And I'm so thankful to the people who have accepted us, my family, as Americans here. So I'll go through the prayer. It's going to be a short prayer for water, because we're all dealing with water situations. I work at Utah Tech University, and some might want to call it Dixie State. So whatever makes you happy. I work at that university. I was a professor of law and global affairs, and now I run the international program, international office over there. So for all that we thought we should have thought and have not thought, for all that we should have said and have not said, for all that we should have done and have not done, we pray Allah for forgiveness. O Allah, give water to your slaves and your livestock, and spread your mercy and revive your dead land. O Allah, shower upon us abundant rain, beneficial, not harmful, swiftly and not delayed. O Allah, bless those who left us, have mercy on those who are among us, fill the lives of those who will come after us with bliss. We pray for your forgiveness. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shadman.
So will you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, council, I'll call for an approval of the agenda.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda for August 10th as outlined.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates
Second.
and a second by Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
The agenda is approved. Item number 2 is announcements. Council, are there any announcements to be brought to this body and before the public at this time? And I think this is the first time I have no announcements either, so we'll move along to item number 3, which is declarations of abstentions and conflicts. Are there any to declare or abstentions for this evening? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to item number 4, which is oath of office. So it's my pleasure to welcome 2 outstanding individuals, 2 outstanding officers and public servants and their families to the council chambers tonight. It's my pleasure to also welcome, their associates in Washington City Police Department. We are just absolutely thrilled to have Marcus Bott and Brad Coleman and their families here. I've asked our police chief, Jason Williams, to come forward to just speak a little bit to these individuals. And it's up to you, Chief, if you'd like for them to say a few words, and then we'll have you offer the oath of office.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'd like to first make an announcement to the community that school does start tomorrow. Drive safe. There is a new traffic light that you will see on Washington Fields Road and 3090 South. Please stop when it's red. But yeah, couple new things. Yeah, we are extremely excited for tonight to get these officers sworn in their new positions with the police department as sergeants. Both Marcus Bott and Brad Coleman have been assigned to our patrol division and will be acting as patrol supervisors over their squads. So I'll invite both Sergeant Coleman and Sergeant Bott up here. We'll do that swearing in. Before we do that, I'd like if Sergeant Bott and then Coleman could then introduce their family and guests that they have with them today and maybe share a little bit about their experience in law enforcement with the council.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, okay, perfect. All right, I'm Marcus Bott. I've been with Washington City now for going on almost 7 years. Been in law enforcement for 15 years or so. Tonight I have supporting me, I have my mom, my brother with his kid, and my stepdad Greg. I have my wife, beautiful wife Deborah, my sister Shoni and her husband Dallas, and their child Kaylee, and then my 2 daughters, Riley and Dakota, and Kaylee's kids of, good gracious, Emma and Casey. I knew that. It just gets up here. I don't know what happens to you when you get in front of people, but that's what happens. So in my 15 years of law enforcement, I've had a variety of different assignments and different things that I've done that I've enjoyed and tried to put a lot of effort in. I've really enjoyed my time here at Washington City, and I enjoy those who've come to support us tonight.
Thank you, Sergeant Bott. Sergeant Coleman.
So my name is Brad Coleman. I've got the same amount of time as Bott. We went to the academy together about 15 years ago. I came to Washington City. I've been here about a year and a half now. So I came from sheriff's office down here. I worked for Salt Lake City Police for 5 years, and I decided it's better for my family to come back here, and I thought the best agency to come back to is Washington City. So that's where I came, and that's where I'm landed. So tonight I have my mom and dad, my brother, twin brother, and his wife, Danica, and their little girl, Jolie. I have my wife, Christy, and my 2 kids, Hank and Scarlett. And my rest of my friends back there. But I really enjoyed it. I've worked tons of different assignments, but I've always come back to patrol. It's been my favorite, and so I'm excited for this new position.
We know that the success that we get to experience comes from the support that we have from our families and from other city officials, and we appreciate that support that we get from you guys. And I've told these gentlemen that the best years of my career have been where they're at now as a sergeant, and it's very rewarding. There's going to be some tough times, some lessons learned, but it really is a very rewarding assignment to have. So,
Chief, before you do the swearing in there, before you administer the oath of office, can I just have any in the audience who are here to support these new sergeants? Just if you haven't already, in fact, if you have been recognized, but if you haven't, if you just raise your hand, everyone who's here to support Sergeant Bott and Sergeant Coleman. And then also any in the audience who have served in law enforcement or currently serve in law enforcement, if you'll just raise your hand. Just know that this mayor and council, we appreciate you, we support you, we back you 100%. Chief, I'm going to ask you to tell us just a little bit about the selection process and why you chose these 2 individuals. And then after that, I'm just going to ask, and after that, I'm going to, and I know you had several excellent candidates. I know that, and I know that what you're going to say probably applies to a lot of them, but tonight is these sergeants' night. And then I'm just going to ask each of you just briefly. Actually, I'll ask you that question when put you on your toes a little bit. Go ahead, Chief.
So the process is we had some vacancies created and a need that we needed to get some new supervision in there, and so these 2 gentlemen first submitted their letter of interest, And then they were given assignments to do for the testing process to showcase kind of some of their skills and abilities that would come beneficial to a sergeant level. There was a oral interview and some other things that they needed to do. We impaneled current leadership on the department, including some of, well, with Jeremy and Ruth also on the panel, and they did a thorough interview with them, and these two rose to the top based off their interviews and scores and stuff through those assignments, and offered that position to these two, and they accepted that, and we're excited for that and for their skills and talents that they'll bring to that arena. So
Thank you, Chief.
yeah.
Let's start with you, Officer Bott, then you, or Sergeant Bott, and then you, Sergeant Coleman. I just want you to just tell the council, and you know, face council, tell the council, and those in the audience will hear, but just tell us what it means to you to wear the badge and to represent Washington City and to serve the residents who live here.
Yeah, so, you know, when you get in this profession, it definitely is life-changing, and you don't realize that until after you get in it, and that's why it's not for everybody. And so when you hear and listen and people talk about the thin blue line, there's a reason for that. And, you know, when you put that badge on, you want to represent that and make sure that you are respecting that and providing what that means and what that is. You know, and sometimes you know what that can lead to at some point. So, you know, we always hope that it never will, but that's what it means when you put the badge on. And to be here in Washington City, like I said, I've only been here about 7 years. We moved from out of the area down here, but we've really grown to enjoy and love the city and everything about it and what it's done, and what it's done for us and our family. And you know, you put on a badge for a reason, to protect citizens and to have everybody's well-being in mind when you do it. And so that's what it means.
Thank you, Sergeant. Sergeant Coleman.
Just like Sergeant Bott said, you know, when we started this job, we had no idea what we were getting into, but when you get into it, it wasn't just about catching bad guys going to jail. There's a lot of stuff with the community, and you see people's lives change. I mean, people call us when they're at their worst, you know, when they have no one else to talk to. You know, sometimes it's us. Sometimes we have a good, you know, outlook for some people, sometimes we don't. But to me, I put on the badge every day, and I still love doing it. You know, it's my father was an officer growing up, so I got to see that kind of, and a lot of respect into that, but I didn't know what it was until I got into it, and then I kind of had more respect for it. But as far as like Washington City, I grew up in the Washington County since I was about 10 years old, and just this community is just a really good community to be in. And I live in Washington City. When I got a job here, I thought, well, I'm gonna try to live in Washington City too. And just my parents lived in Washington City, and I just really liked it. So it's our place to stay. So it's a really good community, and we appreciate it, and family loves it. So
Perfect. Thank you, Sergeant. Chief, let's make it official.
Raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Marcus Bott,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah.
and the Constitution of the State of Utah.
I do also solemnly swear
I do also solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the laws and ordinances of Washington City,
the laws and ordinances of Washington City.
and that I will discharge the duties of sergeant with fidelity.
I will discharge the duties of sergeant with fidelity.
Thank you. Then I'll invite their spouses to come up and pin them with their new badges. You have to seal it. So I'm pinning now the chevron, which signifies their rank. They don't normally would wear these on their collars where they've got their chevrons on their sleeves. But I do have to let them know how these go on because they have been put on wrong. So you'll notice the chevron's got a little cup at the bottom. So you have to actually wear them the right way or else you're going to catch all the, you know what I'm saying.
It goes in a cup. Yeah, Chief, so what I'll do is I'll invite the council to come down and shake your hands and congratulate you. We'll take a quick picture, then we'll come back and then invite family and supporters to come up for a picture.
Stand by them. This is our birthday yesterday. Twins. Congrats, bro.
Brad, if you'll come back up, we'll do a couple pictures. And then I'll invite the officers to come up. Thank you.
Congratulations, Sergeant Bott, Sergeant Coleman. Thank you, everyone. Now the important stuff is done. We'll get on with the rest of the public's business. Item 5, consent agenda. 5A is consideration to approve the minutes from the City Council meeting of 7/27/22 and consideration to approve the board audit report from July 2022. I'll call for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Make a motion, we approve the consent agenda as stated by the mayor.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates,
I'll second that, Mayor.
second by Councilman Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The consent agenda is approved. Item 6, public hearings. So for the record, the mayor and council received no electronic public comment prior to the meeting on any of the public hearings that will take place this evening. And as I state before all public hearings, this is an opportunity for the council to listen and to consider public feedback. After I open the public hearing, any wishing to speak to a specific item, please, as you come forward to the pulpit, remember to state your name for the record and to address the mayor and council as such. Please keep your comments concise. Most well-spoken public comments can be made within about 2 to 3 minutes max. Clapping or yelling after comments is not appropriate in a public meeting. Council, I continue to ask that you and staff listen and take notes during the public hearing. I will give you and the applicant an opportunity to speak after I close the public hearing. Item 6A is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change Z-22-15 from agricultural 20 acres A20 to planned unit development residential PUDR located at approximately 4200 South and 545 East. The applicant is Desert Canyons Development, Inc. and DSG Holdings, LLC. Community Development Director Drew Ellerman will present this item.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Applicant, as stated, is requesting approval of a zone change of approximately 15.33 acres. The requested change is, as stated, from the Ag 20, agricultural 20 acre minimum to a planned unit development residential zoning designation. The PUDR request is for the purpose of developing the acreage into a single-family detached residential project, which will consist of 112 two-story, two-car garage dwelling units. This equals to a 7.31 dwelling unit per acre ratio, well within the general plan, which is medium high density and which includes 7 to 12 dwelling units per acre. So they're way on that far lower end, which is good. The surrounding zoning to the proposed development is PUDR, planned unit development residential to the north, R18 to the west, R18 and PUD residential to the south, and the remaining agricultural 20 to the east, which is undeveloped property. The required visitor parking for the project would be 32 parking stalls. The applicant is providing 45 stalls, so this is kind of unique for us to get way beyond what our parking is. And again, they are two-car garages with two-car driveways, so this project should be able to handle all their parking issues. So staff is supportive of the project at this location with the building layout and exterior finishes being attractive. The amenities are sufficient and will be a value to the project. And they're up in that top part of the project, that area. It's a play area, and they are putting some grass in just in that particular area. If you look at the landscape plan, I'll kind of pull up. So that's this area up here in this top where you can see my cursor bouncing around. So the Planning Commission reviewed the request, held a public hearing on June 20th. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-22-15 for the zone change request from the current Ag 20 to the proposed planned unit development residential. And they'll be utilizing, in essence, the single lot standards. They'll be standalone, again, 2-story homes. And that is based on the findings and subject to the conditions in your report. And I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have on this particular proposal.
Council, questions for our Community Development Director before I open the public hearing?
Drew, is the detention basin where the orange crosshatch is that just going to be rock in the bottom? I know you mentioned there's a recreation at the other corner, but just detail the detention basin.
Actually, the sides will be built out of rock and stone, just kind of rubble of bigger size rocks. The bottom will actually be a natural, just regular dirt from the area, which I might have been concerned about, but they have a block wall that is going to be built in front of it all along that main roadway.
Is the idea of that to provide some recreation ground, or is it just?
No, it's just full detention and LID
Okay.
in that. So doesn't mean kids won't play in it. We've all been kids before, so I guarantee there'll be kids playing in it, but go ahead, Councilman.
Further comment, further questions?
Drew, are these going to be probably 3-bed, 2.5 bath? Is that?
I think that is the plan, right? They're 3-bedroom, 2-bath at least, or 2.5. Yeah.
Great. And applicant, I'll give you a chance to address the council now or after the public hearing, or both if you like. But you don't have to come now. You're welcome to come after the public hearing if you'd rather. I should have stated that a little better. Okay, this is a public hearing. At this time, I will open the public hearing on this agenda item and invite any who would like to come forward with questions or comments to come forward and speak at the mic. Okay, seeing no one come forward, I will close the public hearing and invite the applicant to come forward and share anything that you would like to share, and then I'll open it up for council to ask additional questions and deliberate on the item.
My name is Ryan Thomas, represent the developer. I think Drew did a great job presenting it, so I really don't have much to add to that unless you guys have questions I could.
Just like a clarification on the bottom of that detention, are you rocking it or are you leaving it natural?
Well, for the LID, which is the low impact development rules we now have, they recommend to leave it a native type soil, which was there to begin with, so it could.
You mean the clay that won't perk? Yeah,
yeah,
it's a good idea.
So you kind of have the same percolation in there, but that's.
Sorry, I have bad feelings about LID.
I know, we all do.
Well, my recommendation is that you place something down there with sparse something so it doesn't just look like blank dirt that is a weed fest. I don't know if you can still meet your LID and still place.
Yeah, well, I mean, we could put some landscape rock on there, then the water could still be able to filter through there and get to that native soil, so it shouldn't affect it too much.
I just don't want a weed fest like we have in a lot of. I mean, we probably will, but.
Okay. I mean, yeah, we could do that definitely.
That's my recommendation. I'm not saying it's a requirement in my mind, but I would really request it being a living close, and I think you'll enjoy it too.
Just wanted to make it easier for the kids to make the dirt jumps for their bikes.
Whatever you got to do to have fun, right?
Sounds like you're good with that. You're okay with that.
Yeah.
That was actually my concern as well, Councilman, was that, you see the detention basins around, and they're meant to hold water, and weeds grow out of water detention. So I agree. We do want to make sure this doesn't fall into disrepair. So,
City Manager.
Can you talk a little bit about the the ownership of each individual lot and you have it marked as common landscape area and just kind of
Yeah.
explain how that will work?
Yeah, so this is a PUD, so we will have a homeowners association, which will maintain the basin also, but looking at the individual units, so the front area of a unit, that's between the house and the road, that'll be maintained by the HOA. But then we want to give the owners a little bit of, I guess,
Sweat equity.
well, sweat equity, and then also they could kind of do what they want with their backyard. They could put a little bit of, I don't know, fire pit or maybe a little teeny bit of grass or fake grass nowadays, or just kind of landscape the rear how they want and kind of make it theirs.
So the front will be rocks?
What's that?
Will the front be rocks or?
It'll be a combination of rock, bushes, trees, probably no sod. Could be fake sod.
So in your area legend that has the cross-hatching for the use types, on the private area, it says that the area will be assigned to front pad with the final plat. It's on the right side there. There we go.
Yeah.
Drew. Does that mean that the pad and that area are
So-
going to be platted as a lot, or are you thinking of like a?
It'll be, and I haven't quite figured this out yet because we want to do common area up front, which will be that the HOA will maintain, but then common unlimited, that starts causing a little bit of problems. So we need to come up with some language that will be.
It'd just be a limited common for that area, and you just outline that in the back, and that way you can designate.
Yeah, and
to
I don't quite know what the language is.
That's
That's
similar to a townhome.
Yeah.
It's just these are spaced townhomes. If
Mhm.
they're single, I don't know how you say it, but
Yeah,
it's
they're single, they're individual singly. That's why it falls under that. But I'm just going to share with you and with the council what we're having problems now in the city is people are taking the limited common area and they're putting structures in them.
Mm.
And so in a PUD, when you tell me I have so much open space, but then after you sell it, they're all coming in and that open space that's required starts dwindling because they want to put a pool or they want to put an awning or because it ends up being privately owned, even though it says limited, common area. They're not treating it like that anymore. That's the new problem.
The limited common can be associated with the HOA if you had to.
But that's where our issues come is if they write their CC&Rs the way that they're allowed, then it kind of goes over our zoning, unfortunately. So, I mean, if you're okay, what I've been thinking about on this is just saying no build area. If you want to go limited common area, I just want to also on the plat say no build. They can landscape, but
Yeah.
I'm just having too
Yeah,
many
that-
problems lately with
that could
private
work.
ownership going in.
And then in the CC&Rs, we kind of clarify that a little bit, how we say this is for landscape features only and no structure.
Yeah, our only issues, like I say, that's why I like it on the plat, is that after you're all done, they all get together. They can come back and amend those CC&Rs, and which happens quite often. So that's just one of our big issues. I'm not pointing at this project. I'm just letting you know of what we're dealing with. So I'm trying to find ways beyond that. And I think, you can do your initial ones, but then we can put on the plat no build. They can landscape and use it for how they want. That's what's nice
Well,
about it.
our intention is the same as yours. So
Yeah.
Any language that we could come in together with, we'd be good with.
And we can take care of that on the platting.
Maybe just one other question on the 50s, 60s, and 70s. They're on that lower quarter. There's no cross hatching whatsoever. Does that just mean there will be no identification there?
No,
Or is
that's a
just
drafting error.
that's what I thought?
So I have a question on I'm assuming all the utilities are down in Hayfield Drive.
Yeah.
They're all stubbed.
Well, Hayfield Drive, which also 4200.
Yeah.
We've already got the crosses through there. We're not taking services from Hayfield Drive.
Yeah, the only reason why I bring it up is I just want it paved as soon as we can.
Yeah.
To get
And
full
s-
width of that road. So
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just
a good- that's a
asking
good
that
point.
be paved sooner than could it be paved in the near future, like fairly soon before the rest of it's done, or is that not in your
No,
schedule?
so that's a good question. In phase one, we are going to pave, it's hard to see the phase line, but the phase line incorporates all of Hayfield Drive, and then also for
42, 35.
Go south or to the west just a little bit.
So your phase line goes above lot 8.
Yeah, so it's on the edge of 69, 64, 3, and then the back of and then the south side of the detention basin. And then, so it's going to encompass all those main streets that we want to get done in the first phase.
So my only request is if we can get it done before you're done with your first phase. I don't know if you're willing to do that. I'm not saying you have to. It would be really nice to get that road fully paved right there.
Yeah, we're going to try to get it done as quick as we can. Our goal is to move on this thing
Okay.
as soon as we can. So.
Okay, council, I've heard discussion about decorative rock in the detention basin. I've heard discussion about a no-build area in what is labeled as private area, which might be better defined as limited common area. The landscape features only would be there, and I've heard a little bit of discussion on the paving of Hayfield. Are there comments that you have about that? And just would kind of like your understanding of some of those as well.
Well, I think the things that we can request on my end is that if we want the landscape rock in the detention pond, and then they need to work with staff on the language of how those back lots get platted.
Yeah, I like that.
So,
And Mayor, I guess where I'm at is, I think the rocks are nice, but I think that we need something else. I think we need a landscape drainage fabric to create that barrier. Because it gets wet, the rocks are going to sink in. And I'm just afraid that's going to just create an ongoing issue. Of course, the rocks need to be probably 3 or 4 minus, and not sandstone. And then I had a question, Mayor, as to when the recreation area will be built out, at what point in the development?
The recreation area is in phase one, so we'll be doing that with phase one.
So one of the things that we've had struggles with as well on that is it's when in phase one. And in the past, we've done like 1/3 before we'll issue building permit, but I think we talked about doing before we'll issue building permit.
I'm fine with before we get our final on the horizontal construction of phase one that we have that
it
done.
constructed before that, which is, are you saying final plat or?
No, well, that's, final plat or final construction approval.
Okay.
Well, council, we've kind of gone with condition 9. If you want to tweak that one, that's where I kind of reference this. Right now, the proposed amenities will be completed before 1/3 build out of the development is done, roughly before the 37th unit is completed with the project. Now, if you want to tweak that a little bit, because it's, with the phasing.
Well, I think we want to do it sooner, because the problem is, and we're not saying you, we're saying other people, it's like we're fighting them to get them in.
Mm-hmm.
And what we don't want to happen is they're selling their one house after, and then all of a sudden we're like, we can't issue a building permit, or we can't do this, and they're like, what the heck? And so we don't want that to happen. So we're just trying to push to get these in before we get to that situation. And we want the residents who are using these residents don't have they have to cross a busy road. So we kind of want them, that's how I feel about it, is to have that in as soon as we can.
Yeah, it's easier for us when we have the larger equipment that are moving dirt to do that area, instead of coming back with smaller equipment to do that. So it's easier for us anyway to do it with phase
So
one.
tell us what your recommendation would be on what you feel like would be. Sounds like we're on the same page here.
Yeah,
What is the marker?
Yeah,
What's the
my
timeline?
recommendation is before the final plat's recorded, we have that in.
Perfect. That's what I would like to hear. So
The rec area is in phase one anyway.
It is in phase one.
Lies physically in phase one. Okay.
Do you want to
It's
just,
a good marketing tool for us too, to have that in there.
and what I don't want to get lost in this conversation, and I hope I'm okay speaking for the council, but this is a great project. This is really well designed. And you know, these guys, this council has worked with a lot of land use, and this is a really good design. So I hope you walk away knowing that we really like your project.
We've had good success with this product,
Yeah.
so we're going to keep on.
Yeah,
doing
and
it.
appreciate your work with staff on bringing something forward that makes sense. Do you want to just maybe address Councilman Ivy's question about
the weed barrier, or
Mhm.
not the weed
The
barrier,
fabric
but
on the LID.
the fabric to, you know, I'm not opposed to that. I just want to make sure that it doesn't,
I think you're gonna have problems with your LID. If
with
you
my
do that.
LID.
Man, I see
And-
kind of where you're coming from, and you know,
Is it-
we were all kind of force-fed LID a few
Yeah.
years ago, so we're just dealing with it.
So if there's,
Councilman, is it a deal breaker for you? It's
You know, I'm not going to reference a subdivision in Fields, but their detention basin, it looks like the worst swampland in the world. And I'm just concerned that if this isn't addressed, I understand LID and I understand drainage and all that, but it seems to me like there needs to be something. I definitely don't want the bare dirt. The rocks, I think, will eventually just be absorbed into the mud as it gets wet. So what is the long-term solution? I mean, do we know that the landscape fabric will hinder the LID? Do we know that, or are we assuming that?
I don't know. I'd have to look into that and see the permeability of the
Slows
fabric.
it down. That's the problem. Is it slows
The
it down.
absorption?
The absorption rate, and if you can't get your absorption rate, then your detention pond size.
We've
goes
already
up.
referenced the clay under that anyway, so.
Well, if we want to talk realistics, then we better go get the federal government here to wonder why they
Yeah,
imposed this on
they
us.
made these requirements in Michigan or somewhere, not in
Mayor,
the desert.
Mayor, no, it's not a deal breaker. It's just something that I just thought if we address that now, it may be helpful to the property owners later on.
So if I can hear what you're saying is you just want better maintenance.
Yeah.
Through the HOA, and I think
Sure
all our
that it's-
detentions could use better maintenance.
Yeah, and speaking of that too, if there's a large enough storm event where a lot of sediment ends up in the basin, they have to bring a skid steer in
Mhm.
to clean that out, and that's just gonna make a mess of that fabric too, spinning around and I don't know, it's just gonna cut right through it, I think.
Well, I do understand too, with the landscape fabric, it's gonna get mud on it. And like I said, you got a fair amount of clay that's gonna create a barrier too. So it's not a clear-cut answer. It's just, I think, having the conversation is what's important. And where the homeowners are going to be in charge of this HOA and they'll want it to be kept nice, then maybe that's enough peace of mind for me to move forward with that aspect of this.
I want to agree with or continue with what the mayor said. We need more projects like this. This is a great project. Now, did you say you've built this type of thing before in the area?
Yeah, down there by the airports.
Okay.
And Desert Canyons has a couple of neighborhoods like this.
Excellent. Yeah. Yeah, I really like it. We could use more of this type of thing. So
With that being said, I'm ready to make a motion.
I'm happy to entertain it.
I'll make a motion that we approve the zone change Z-22-15 from Ag 20 to Plan Unit Development PUDR located approximately 4200 south and 545 east with the findings and conditions provided by staff, with the additional condition that the park will be completed and improved prior to recording of the final plat. And the next condition that the detention basin will be lined with landscape rock in the bottom. Is that clear?
And do you want to address the no build area?
Oh yeah, thank you. And the third additional condition is that the developer will work with our legal department on how they assign those areas behind the units.
Have a motion on the table.
Mayor, I'll second that.
We have a second. This is an ordinance. We'll go roll call vote. Start on my left. Martinson,
Aye.
Henderson,
I
Coates,
Aye.
Ivy,
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
The ordinance passed and your zone change has been approved. Congratulations. We look forward to a great product down there. Thank you. Item 6B. This is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change Z-22-17 from residential agriculture 1 acre, RA1, to residential 10,000 square foot lots, R110, located at approximately Crimson Cliffs Way and Medallion Drive. The applicant is Ryan Henderson. Community Development Director Drew Ellerman will also present on this.
Thank you, Mayor. This is just to the west of the project you basically looked at, maybe about less than a quarter mile. So the applicant is requesting zone change for approximately 19.33 acres. The request is from the current zoning of residential agricultural 1 acre minimum to a proposed single-family residential 10,000 square foot minimum, or the R110 zoning designation. The requested R110 is for the purpose of developing the parcel into a residential subdivision in the near future. This particular location has a general plan use designation of low density residential, which allows for the R110 and the R112 and or larger zoning districts. The surrounding zoning of the parcel is RA1 to the north and west, R18 and R110 to the east, and then R110 to the south. Staff has no concerns with this proposed zone change as outlined, since it is in compliance and follows in harmony with the general plan. Staff recommends, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you that the Planning Commission reviewed this, and I left that line out, I apologize, on their June 20th meeting. And the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-22-17 for that zone change request from the RA1 to R110 onto you, the City Council, and it's based on the findings in your report.
Council, you've heard the report. Questions for Mr. Ellerman?
Yeah, Drew, I have a question, and it's more about the gap in between. That's the platted roadway between the two developments. Who's going to be responsible moving forward on that continuation of that trail? And that sounds like the road will be built, but is the whole road built there? How's that going to work with that there's 24.75 feet of platted roadway between the properties?
Yeah, this applicant or this individual just finished up half the roads are already built on their west and on their east, or they're under construction on the east. They may not be built. I can't remember if I've been down, if it's all the way down. It probably isn't down toward the south. Some of it is a little bit up on the north of that, half the roadways in. The LDS Church will be building a church here pretty soon, just south of one development. They'll be building their half of the road. And then the other has been platted, preliminary plat approval already on the east. So that'll be coming.
Well,
does that answer?
I just want to make sure that there's not some weird gap that the city has to go and build this little segment of road. And who's building the trail in between it?
The trail's a good one because it's all on the other side of the road. The trail is. So this particular zone change and development doesn't have the trail in it at all.
You say it's on the other side of the road, but on those developments that were built right there, they didn't build the trail.
Right, they didn't.
And you told me at that time that the trail wasn't on their property, so that's why we didn't force them to build.
It's not, and that's...
So whose property is it on?
It's the canal company's property.
No, it's a platted roadway, or it's nobody's property.
All right, well, we're going to zoom down there real quick.
Well, just so everyone knows, my fear is that all of a sudden there's a gap here, and no one's. I just don't want to happen what we already have happen all the way along the canal trail. There's a gap, or people own to the center line, and can't put the trail or the road where we need it.
Right, and a lot of that can be taken care of at platting on this, because again, we're only doing the zoning right now. We can look at their plats and see where we're at that time when they bring those in. So that's probably the best chance to catch.
Well, I want to catch it now, so it doesn't have to be caught again, or get it understood of what the.
I think it's a good discussion to have now, so that they make sure they get it in the plat. Otherwise, we'll be having the discussion again when the plat comes in. Is that
because
is the applicant here?
I'm the engineer, but no, the applicant.
You're the rep. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Councilman.
Hold on 1 second. I'll invite you up. Are you ready?
No, Drew is showing me something.
Yeah, it won't bring up, but can you see those two thin white lines? That's where the trail goes. That is owned by the canal company.
No, it's not. It's owned by a platted roadway. That's what it shows, is a platted roadway. It's not owned by the canal company. Now, they have an easement over it, but they do not own the property. So per all these plats, we've been following them come around this whole thing. There's a gap, and it's a
Mike,
platted roadway. That's
is that
an
your
old plat
roadway?
map.
I've always understood that to be owned by the canal company.
Every single surveyor that has come here has said that that's a platted roadway, and we've seen it on their exhibits, and they say that's a platted roadway that technically we could put a 20-foot road down it if we wanted, right?
And if it is the canal company, if they have the easement across that, we're not putting a road over that, right? They maintain that easement for access and maintenance of the canal. So
correct. And I'm more talking that who owns the property, because every property that's come across, when we come to platting, we've required that they give us a trail easement when they plat it as well.
The applicant's representative, do you have insight on this? If you'll just come forward and state your name and
Hey, I'm Tony
share
Carter.
what you know.
I'm Tony Carter with Horrocks Engineers. My understanding is that we don't own that. Ryan Henderson does not own that 21-foot platted roadway, and that we own right up to that platted line. In that, but Ryan Henderson would have to build out all of Medallion Drive all the way to the south.
On both sides.
Yep.
Okay.
But I'm not sure about the trail. I don't know who's responsible for that one.
I'm just bringing this up as a reference point on Medallion right now, the roadway, and they'll just be continuing that straight south. You can see it doesn't jog over and and
It'll jog over a little.
it
There's just a gap there, and that's where the trail's supposed to go, and the trail's supposed to go, and you can see to the north in Treasure Valley, they've meandered it and made it nice, and I would anticipate the same design going on as we head south to the south, and then who maintains that? Because right now, that's, in my mind, it's city right away. Unless, no, I understand the city maintains a trail, but I'm saying like on Treasure Valley maintains that landscaping though, don't they?
it's part of their bonus density. Yes.
Did the city take it over though?
Or did they give us all everything?
So they ended up giving it over to the Parks Department. Okay.
I'm sure you could work with the developer and do like impact fee credits or something to get that built.
While you're up here, will you speak to, and I know we're the zoning, but since we're talking roads, talk to Crimson Cliffs Way on the west side?
Yes.
Is it half or 2/3 built?
It's mostly all built, right?
built.
And I don't think we need to put in a light or anything. So I think it's all the way built.
Okay. Great. Hang tight. Further questions for staff or the applicant before I open up the public hearing? Okay, great. At this time, I'll open up the public hearing on item 6B. If anyone would like to come forward and speak to this item, please come now and state your name for the record. All right. Looks like we're saving these for item 6C. I'll close the public hearing and turn back to council for additional deliberation or questions for the applicant or staff.
So just so the council knows, I have no problem with the zoning. I think it matches everything in the area. It meets the general plan. It's appropriate in my opinion. But this is what I've been concerned about as we've done these other subdivisions around, and I keep getting told it'll get taken care of, but I just feel like it's not getting taken care of. As we move forward, and it's not the applicant's fully concerned, but I would ask, what are we going to do here? Because all of a sudden we're going to have a gap here, and then no one requires them to build a trail, or the trail is supposed to be on half their property. I just don't know the right answer, but we need to continue this trail to the south. And we already have parcels to the south that have dedicated over, as Drew, can you scroll down just a little bit? It shows the platted lot. See the 4 lots that we just barely approved 6 months ago? That road kicks over, and that area is dedicated to the city right now. But it's that small area that's dedicated to the city, and then the 24 feet gap That's a city roadway, so that's all city property, but we're not requiring them to build the trail. But they probably should have built that small segment. And then everyone to the south, what about that segment? There's a whole section that we're not. I mean, if we're not, I mean, it's in our capital facilities to build the trail, and maybe we just need to go do it.
Yeah, there's no doubt we're committed to the trail, but I agree. I mean, it's confusing as the puzzle comes together on catching these, and typically we would look to the applicant at plating to do the trail.
Yeah, and get impact fee credits. It's
right.
Historically how we've done it.
Yeah, but just to let you know, I'm going to dig in and find out who owns that strip. If I got to go down to the county, that's what I'll do, because I try to click on it, it gives us ownership. But if I click on it, it doesn't give you any ownership. It means it's either we own it.
You own it.
I don't think that we.
I'm telling you,
I own it. Hey,
hey. Drew personally owns this
great
property
for sale. Anybody? Yeah.
It's a
but I'm going to go
no-build
find
zone.
out exactly what that strip, who the owner is. The county should be able to tell me.
There's already a plat. We've seen it. It's a 24-foot right-of-way that was dedicated because it's on the section line. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So it's an existing easement, but they never built a road. It was just
Do you remember when it was dedicated? Was it dedicated by the landowner that sold to the schools?
No, I think it was dedicated. I think it's an old track survey.
So it's prior to the schools. So so the Crimson schools had the same ownership as this land before the development. So we're probably digging back into the history to try and understand that.
But the funny thing about this is when I look at these streets that have been laid out right now, the medallion down here, you can see they're even off of the piece we're talking about by another strip.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a whole segment that goes along that area, and that has to do with the 50-foot canal easement. So they're making it wide enough because they can't build a road on the canal easement, and they can't. The only thing you can do is a trail, but the only way we can do a trail is if they do it, they give it to us at the time of plat. So we can't miss that aspect of recording it, because then it gives us legal right from the property owner to build a trail on there as well.
Correct. And again, I've just measured this off of ours. That's almost 63 feet is what's there between that strip we're talking about and that other gap. So we'll look in on that and get those.
And again, it doesn't have anything to do with the zoning. I just know preliminary plat's coming, and let's just get it cleaned up before it's too
when
late.
that one comes. Yeah.
We'll look further south as well. Great. Okay, council, further discussion on this item. Pretty straightforward other than the trail issue. I'll entertain a motion if there's not any further discussion. Did I close the public hearing? I think I did open it, but in case I didn't, I'll officially close the public hearing and look to the council for a motion on item 6B.
Mayor, I can make that motion. Do we need to mention anything in the motion about the previous discussion that we just had? I don't think so. It's all completely separate from this. Okay. Then I would make a motion to approve an ordinance for zone change Z-22-17 from residential agricultural 1 acre to residential 10,000 square foot lots located at approximately Crimson Cliffs Way and Medallion Drive.
We have a motion by Councilman Ivy.
Second.
A second by Councilmember Casperson. This is an ordinance, so we'll go roll call vote. We'll start with Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Martinson.
Aye.
That zone change is approved unanimously. Thank you. We'll figure out the trail later. Item 6C is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for general plan amendment G-22-04 from medium density to medium high density properties located at the southeast corner of 400 North and Main Street. The applicant is Vince Terry and Chris Patel. Community Development Director Drew Ellerman will present.
Thank you, Mayor. The applicant is seeking a general plan use amendment as stated. The area covers approximately 0.99 acres. The current land use designation is the medium density residential. The applicant is seeking approval to have the land use designation changed to medium high density residential for the possibility of developing this particular rough acre into a future multifamily residential project. The medium-high density residential designation carries a density ratio of 7 to 12 dwelling units per acre. Right now, the medium carries a 4.5 to, I think it's 6. So that would be jumping up there. The surrounding general plan land use designations are medium-high density residential to the north and medium density residential to the east, west, and south. As you can see, that yellowish color is all medium density. The kind of darker orange up there in the corner is high density, and then the orange color is the medium high density. It's right to the north. The Planning Commission reviewed this again at a June 20th meeting. The Planning Commission, by a unanimous vote, recommended denial to the City Council, and it was based on, I just want to kind of read how they kind of put it. The reasoning for the denial recommendation was that the commission felt that it was too early to determine what will be the best fit for the corner with the new I-15 interchange coming in within the next year or so at this particular location. So they felt it was just coming in a little too early. They really didn't want to go this direction until we get the interchange in and see how things pan out, and also have an opportunity. They really wanted to push doing a general plan amendment in this area to kind of work with that new I-15. So we're going to be
you mean a more
getting together,
comprehensive
just for this particular area and down Main Street, kind of have the Planning Commission, City Council come up with that new kind of layout because of the interchange coming down Main Street, which I think is wise counsel in that particular thought process. So that was basically why they felt, they understood why the applicant was doing it, but they just feel it's too early right now, and with what could be, the possibilities that are to come. So, but I'll answer any questions council has.
Council, you've heard the director's report. Again, this is not a zone change. This is a request to amend the general plan, which is one step above that starts the vesting process for zoning and platting. Certainly, general plan is based on a vision that this council, with input from staff and planning commission, set. So, with that said, I'll ask the council if you have any questions for staff before I invite the applicant if they would like, and before I open the public hearing. Any questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, I do see the applicant here, or one of the applicants. Would you like to speak before or after the public hearing? Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, this is a public hearing. I'll open the public hearing and invite any who would like to speak to this general plan amendment request to come forward and share your thoughts with the council. It's good to see you, Mr. Hafen.
My name is Dale Hafen. I live on the corner of 300 North and Main, just about a block below where this is. I don't feel like they need to have anything but homes there. That's what the rest of us have had to do. I also think the only way I can see, as smart as I am, that you could get in there going north. Otherwise, if you were coming off this new freeway interchange or under the one now, you'd have to make a U-turn down on 300 to get back up, to get onto that property. The two properties that are just east are pasture right now. It is almost a full half block. There's one house on that section. The deal is, it looks like if you let these people change theirs to build their big, whatever you want to call it, on their duplexes, these other people are going to do the same thing. And us people with the homes there, we're going to be stuck in a duplex neighborhood. And I don't like the idea of it. I really think that it would be a mistake. The Gibsons down there on 100 East, they sold a section of their property. They couldn't change the zoning. They had to build two houses on it. The homes were sold before they were ever built, and they're beautiful homes. And I think that's exactly what needs to be done on this piece of property we're looking at. Other than that, I'll behave myself. Thank you.
Dave, you did, or Dale, you did great. You are behaving yourself. Thank you for your comment. Others who would like to come forward and speak to this item? Okay, seeing none, I will officially close the public hearing. And I will ask staff and council, would you like to have any discussion on this before I invite the applicant forward? Okay, Mr. Terry, if you'd come on forward and state your name for the record and tell us what we should know.
My name is Vince Terry. The owner of the property is Dallas Hall, a good friend, and we have come together and trying to find the best use for his property. And duplexes will allow for a total of 5, is about, after we've been through quite a few designs, and it would enter off of 400 North. We feel that's the best use. After attending your earlier meetings today and the extensive change that is occurring at that intersection, we feel that maybe it is best to wait and see what happens. I've talked to a few of you, and it could end up commercial land, and many things, but we liked, and we had some very nice units that we wanted to put there. But, you have duplexes just kitty corner for there and already. I think it's called Pecana Meadows. And they're very attractive. They add to the neighborhood. I have spoke to the people with the vacant land, and their plans are to go for duplexes and fourplexes in the future. But they're waiting till their son has funds to try that. But we do feel it's the best use currently, but with the advent of this interchange that is going to occur there, it may become a better commercial property. But that's our feelings now.
Thank you, Mr. Terry. Stay there. Council, questions, comments?
Mayor, I kind of think it might be wise, with the new interchange going in there, that we maybe take the counsel of the Planning Commission and wait. And I know that we're looking at maybe making some more sweeping general plan changes here in the not so distant future. So I'm thinking it may be, there may be some wisdom in waiting on this. And I know that, you mentioned that you've thought some of those thoughts too as well, a little bit. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm at.
So Mayor, may I ask Councilman a question? So Councilman Henderson, in Planning Commission, was the Planning Commission's concern regarding the higher density and the zoning, or just the overall, what was the reason for their denial specifically? Was it with the increased density, or was it they just thought we need to wait no matter what they're asking for?
I think it was, they just wanted to wait due to, the changes in the neighborhood. I mean, that interchange is going to make some vast changes to that neighborhood. So I think they wanted to kind of hold off on it and see what the general plan study
Their
goes.
comments were that they were going to let the council make the decision
Exactly.
on the
So.
general plan.
And the Planning Commission, they are a recommending body, and they are land use experts, but at the end of the day, with the input from professional staff, the council does set the vision, and that vision is detailed in the general plan. So there is some truth to what they're talking about, and the proper approach for a general plan amendment that the council's going to decide if this makes sense or not. Am I hearing you correctly that you wouldn't feel too badly if this council went ahead and denied this general plan amendment, or?
We would love to proceed sooner than later. We think that the need is now. In an earlier discussion this evening, you spoke of affordable housing, something that someone can move into, and 1,500 square foot homes or 1,200 square foot homes, and that's what this is. And it would make it affordable. And we did want to individualize each dwelling and make them, so you can buy one unit and not all owned and rented. It would be, we wanted to sell them off so that they would be available. Am I opposed to waiting? Certainly, but at the same time, we would accept the fact that waiting to see what the new general plan will be, maybe we could accept that.
So Mayor, could we get just kind of an idea, if that's the way the council's leaning, get an idea of the timeline that Mr. Terry might be able to understand how long we'd?
I don't know that I'm prepared to give a timeline on a revision of the general plan that's broader than this. I know that Councilman Henderson has the assignment with the Plan Commission, and I know that there's interest from the council and the Plan Commission and Community Development Director to look at Main Street, to look at Telegraph, to look at a lot of the moving parts, but I don't know that I could give an accurate timeline.
So we amend the general plan on specific parcels fairly regularly, like is on the agenda tonight. But yeah, the bigger picture of redoing the general plan as a whole, it includes hearings and public involvement. And so I'm not aware that there's one of those planned on the horizon.
Something that was brought up at the Planning Commission that I can kind of understand where they're coming from is, do we want to look at one project, by project and then make those changes, or do we want to look at it as a whole, with all the changes and moving parts that are happening? Because there's still talk and negotiation of what's going to be happening on the other side of the interchange. The one side, all those houses are going to be gone, but the other side, there's still talk about what's going to happen. And so there's just so many unknowns for this area. And so do we want to just look at it generally, the whole area, or do piece by piece like this? What we'd be doing right now is just, a piece by piece change. And so I think the Planning Commission, their recommendation was wise. Council, myself, I agree with Council Henderson.
Yeah, I think they look to this council. Council Martinson.
Yeah, I would agree with everything that's being said, because we've talked about this time and time and time again, and now that we have kind of a better picture of what's coming with the interchange, as much as a lot of us don't like it, it's coming, and we've got one chance to get this right. And to Councilmember Casperson's point, I would like to see that we look at it overall and get that vision overall rather than just project by project. So I'm inclined to vote in opposition of this, just so everybody knows where I'm at.
So, and that is a long process. I mean, you see tonight, you have residents who are going to be affected. This will affect a lot of residents. I know we've had a lot of discussion, so I wouldn't expect that it's going to be quick. That like you say, it's better to do it right, and you have to have public input and make sure that you're really doing what's best for the entire area, and that's a slow process.
But how do we not necessarily slow it down, but how can we, because I was part of the previous general plan, I was on Planning Commission for that one, and it was a process, and grateful for that process. But how do we get it right, but speed it up all at the same time, if that's possible with government?
I mean, a general plan amendment, the property has planning a general plan and it has a zone. And so there's no expectation to change it. And so, I mean, you can certainly ask for it, but there's no expectation that you have to go really quickly into any zone change. And so you want to make sure you get it right. That's all I'm saying. It's just, there's a lot to consider. So.
I'm afraid you're going to get forced to make those decisions soon. The interchange, he indicated they were starting to do things within the next couple of months. So,
Yeah.
you know, it's not me pushing, it's the highway department.
No, there's no doubt that while we're not chasing growth, the growth is chasing us, and you know, we get that. Is there anything else you'd like to share with the council before I look to them to finish their?
It's fine.
Maybe just one more comment, Mayor. The agenda item tonight is to amend the general plan from medium density to medium high. So it's already general planned as medium density. And if the council thinks medium high is what should be changed there, you've got the agenda item and you can make a motion to do that. Again, if we're wanting to look at it on a bigger, more broad stroking general plan amendment type change, that's not on the agenda tonight. But if you want to do that, I think that indicates how you might choose to vote on the issue tonight. But they've already got medium density from the general plan. They're just asking for medium high.
Give you the last word on this, Vince.
No.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Council, you've heard from the applicant, you've heard from the public, you've heard from staff, and have added your counsel on this item. Thad, as I understand, this is a general plan amendment. As a land use, it does give the council broad discretion. Is there any particular reasoning on a potential upholding of the Planning Commission's recommendation?
I would just suggest that the motion that's made offers the reasoning that supports the motion.
Even still, okay. Council, further discussion on this and or a motion if you so feel inclined.
Mayor, I'll make the motion that we deny the general plan amendment G-22-04 from medium density to medium high density located at the southeast corner of 400 North and Main Street. And the reason for denial is that I feel like it should stay medium density at this time.
We have a motion by Councilmember Coates.
I'll second that.
Second by Councilmember Martinson. This is an ordinance. We'll do roll call vote. Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Martinson.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
The general plan amendment does not pass. And we appreciate the applicant, and we look forward to, we know you're involved in the community, and we look forward to working with you going forward. Item number 7 is preliminary plat. On preliminary plats, the public hearings occur at the Planning Commission level. Item 7A is consideration to approve a preliminary plat for the Sienna Hills Auto Mall located at approximately Merritt Way, the new alignment of Merritt Way, and Commerce Boulevard. The applicant is Ted Wheeler, and our city planner Eldon Gibb will give the report on this item.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good to be here. As previously stated, this particular subdivision is proposing 14 lots on an area covering approximately 40.5 acres. The zoning designation at this location is commercial C2 and Sienna Hills Planned Community Development. Surrounding zoning is open space to the north, which is the I-15 corridor, Planned Community Development, and C2 to the east, R3 to the south, which is high density multifamily, and C2, which is the Southern Utah RV Resort to the west. The proposed subdivision conforms to the approved zoning Request meets the subdivision requirements and other city ordinances as it relates to this location. Staff has reviewed the request and recommends approval with conditions of the preliminary plat as outlined. The Planning Commission did review this on July 20th, 2022, and added condition number 16 to address their concern regarding the center median running along Merritt Way, which could potentially hinder the flow of traffic and also make it difficult to access the properties to the west end of the development. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the preliminary plat for the Sienna Hills Auto Mall subdivision to the City Council based on the following findings and subject to the following conditions. And I would like to note additional conditions 13 through 15, which staff added, as a solid 6-foot block wall will be required to be built along the south end of this subdivision, dividing the residential housing, specifically lots 7 through 12. Condition 14, regarding Merritt Way relocation. The existing Merritt Way will need to be vacated prior to or in conjunction with the final plat application. And then condition 15, lots 1, 2, 3, 13, and 14 are in the Sienna Hills PCD subdivision. And we just want to make it known that these lots will be required to abide by the Sienna Hills PCD signage plan. And we're happy to answer any questions at this time.
Mayor, if I can just piggyback on Eldon's comment on condition 14. Merritt Way as it currently exists has not been publicly dedicated yet. And so while we'll need the applicant to vacate that road, we won't need to actually have a public road vacation action by the council. So it's kind of nice at this point, it hasn't been dedicated. So they'll need to reroute it and vacate it for their own needs, but we won't need to make a vacation action.
Good catch.
So Eldon, you, it is kind of interesting about the medians. Kind of limits the turning into these auto places. Why would we want medians there? Maybe that's a question for the applicant, but I don't think we should have them. I'm all about the roundabout, but not the medians along the roadway.
Yeah, that's the Planning Commission's concern as well.
Was that, were the medians a staff recommendation or an applicant recommend?
They were proposed as is from the applicant.
All right. And these roads primarily serve their subdivision.
But we have a concern is that if they're trying to get to the ones on the south side, they're going to have to drive all the way down, and then where do they turn around? And have to flip around down in Merritt Way where it's tight down there. So either they got to build a kind of a knuckle down on the northwest corner or eliminate the median.
And I'm wondering, and I see the applicant here. I'm wondering if maybe it's for aesthetics or something. We'll let them kind of address that here in a minute. Further questions for staff before we let Eldon go?
Just the same question I have is the mediums for aesthetics, for vegetation to grow and make it look nice, or is there a functional reason that I don't see?
Any other questions or comments that are not about medians?
Everything else is good. We gotta pick on something.
Or detention basins.
What
Okay.
about parks? Do you want to talk about parks in the auto mall?
Oh, goodness. Jared Wheeler, come answer that question and tell us about this exciting project. I mean, this is an exciting day to see this plat come before the council.
It is. Thank you, Mayor, council members. Yeah, so the median thing, we've been working a lot on that. When we originally designed it, we had another roundabout on that far side where that long skinny lot is on the left. So I was working with the architect this last week, and for us to put them in right now is difficult until we know where the actual lot lines will be for each dealership. So he was suggesting, and obviously open to what you guys suggest, to have it as language is to build it as planned and then put in the language that you guys require so many breaks in that road, and then we'd come back, cut them out, remove the median, the landscaping. We'll put the landscaping pipes deep, and then put stamped concrete or like a paver for the turnaround to make it not look patchy and ugly. The whole point of the median is for beautification, just to really stand out and make it look
pop.
Yeah.
And I I like that aspect. I just,
Uh-huh.
I don't like that there's not.
Yeah, the dealers won't like it either, so we'll definitely be putting them in. You know, they're
why-
gonna want people.
So
to
why
turn
don't we
in.
just change it and push the road together and put the landscaping on the edge, all the way along the edge, and really beef up an extra thick edge instead of a smaller one? Just have more landscaping on the.
But do dealerships like?
Are
to
you
have
talking
the
about
frontage?
not have the median and put it on the outside? The one thing dealers don't like either that much is when they can't see their cars on the front line. So it kind of is to mitigate the landscaping on the front, so you could still see their front line and showcase their new cars, and
Where are we
but still
gonna-
have some landscaping in the middle. Yeah.
We're going to have an access management issue with how tight these are. They're not going to meet the 250 feet.
So as far as transport trucks, things like that, is that what you're asking?
Like our city access management plan. I'm assuming you've reviewed that, or your engineer has.
Engineer probably. I'm more of
Assume, but currently right now you're meeting the access management because you have no turn lanes in. I'm just concerned about not having a turnaround. Like if there was another turnaround down by lot 7, I wouldn't have a problem. But the way it's laid out now, I have concerns.
So one of the factors with this project that staff is constantly, I'm trying to think of the right word, that we acknowledge and are willing to work with, is that these lots as they represent tonight on this plat may change based on individual dealership need. And
highly
so
likely change. Yeah.
so we've had a hard time with things like where are your driveways going to be, how to apply some of that, because that's just the reality that's at play here. And so even staff hasn't got in that deep as far as access management plan and driveways and what space at what distance, because it's one of the details we're acknowledging is just left undefined until we actually have dealerships that come in.
Jared, is it likely that a dealership would take 2 or potentially even 3 lots, or?
It's possible. We have one that we're working with right now, but they all will be it will be one dealer, but it'll be standalone buildings. So they would treat it just like another parcel, with separate entrances, separate signage, the whole thing.
And do you want to incur the cost of removing median, or?
I don't, but there's no other really way to do it to keep it the aesthetics that we want for this for the Highline high tech vibe. It's important to have it that way and then cut them back later. We don't want to have it all patchy and look bad. And I agreed with the architect today that would look good if we had pavers or a stamped concrete to where you're not coming back in with asphalt when you're cutting them up.
You change up the surface in those areas.
Yeah. And it's more expensive, obviously, that way. I'm aware, but it's
usually that's not a private sector thing to do it the more expensive way.
But the other thing too is the safety concern of it. If we just put your brakes in the median now, and we don't know where those lot lines will actually be, where the entrances and exits are to each dealership, you just kind of create problems where you don't know where people are coming in or out. It really just made more sense when I was talking to the architect today to really, mandate it however you guys are comfortable with how many brakes you want. And like I said, each dealer is going to kind of demand it too. So
you didn't want a roundabout there at the end of lot 6 and 7, like the councilman had kind of suggested.
The more I look at that,
that would allow,
Yeah, so that's how we originally had it, and I still love the roundabout. The problem is we're using that left. Is it 7? My eyes are getting.
7.
I'm getting old, I think. Is it 7? Okay, we're using that as a transport lot because we don't want any semis parking on the road to unload. That's part of the story. You can't let your semi, like if someone's bringing cars, you can't unload on this drive right here on Merritt Way. So they go into this transport lot, and there was a problem with how much room there was in there for each dealership to have dedicated spaces to where their storage would be as the transport trucks drop off the cars. So I do like the roundabout, but from the architect's standpoint, this is what he suggested, and I agree with him now with as far as how much room we need in that storage facility there.
From the consumer standpoint, there's nothing better than roundabouts when you're test driving cars.
Yeah, sure.
You just keep going around and
donuts, right?
Councilman Ivy.
So just walk me through this, Mr. Wheeler. First of all, how wide is the median strip? Just approximately like 6 feet or 5 or 4? I don't know. I didn't see it.
13.
I don't want to guess. So
got 8
can we
foot.
zoom in on that?
It's got 2.5 foot curb and gutter, and it's 8 foot.
8 foot. Okay. So just walk me through this. I know that you're going to sell these lots to dealers as they come in, depending on what they want to buy, 1, 2, or 3 of the lots for their dealership. So is there a way, because you're going to sell these obviously at different times and the road's going to be built first, there's no way to wait on the median because I mean, you're going to have to put it in and cut it. There's
Exactly.
no other process
Exactly.
going forward that would work at all if you want to have the medians.
Right. So it's going to be expensive for us, right? Because we'll have to come back in and cut them out. But it's really the only way to make sure it's safe and aesthetic, in our opinion, is to come back and cut them out as the dealers come in. Because the problem is, I wish I can say, yeah, we're going to sell 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, and we can just make it perfect. But it's really weird. Each dealer thinks one lot's better than the other. No, there's no unanimous, like that's the spot. So it's all over the place right now.
See, and part of the challenge we have is, these are big lots, 3, 4, 2-acre lots. Those aren't just going to have one driveway.
Right.
Dealerships don't just have a singular driveway in.
Right.
And it makes it hard for the council to say, okay, well, let's have a break every 250 feet, right?
Right.
It's hard to standardize your median when your lots and your driveways are still unknown.
So have you considered where this is the width that it is? I mean, we've passed a landscape ordinance, as for water use, for trees, plants, bushes, and those type of things. Have you had any consideration about what that would look like? How many trees, bushes you'd have, and just?
Yes, I have the landscaping plans, and I don't know if they've been submitted or if you guys have seen them. And I don't know off the top of my head how many that'd be, but it's a lot. It's expensive. That's what I know.
I guess what I was thinking more is the water use. That's
Sure.
something that everyone's aware of right now. Everyone's
Right. It's mostly rock and low maintenance. Not super high water need plants.
Talking desertscape.
Yeah, it's desertscape. It's the whole aesthetic of the mall, right? Is to match and blend into that. It's a big part of it as far as the aesthetic of being Southern Utah, and really, a lot of the Highline brands, they come and take all their media footage down here. We want it to make sure it looks like what it's supposed to.
They want the
Yeah.
slick rock
Yeah,
and the
they
red
want-
rock.
yes,
and
they do, yeah.
So you'll design a look and a feel that's consistent with their branding.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's exciting. I hear the concern, council, and
Oh, it's agreed from
we've
our
heard
standpoint
the solution,
too.
Councilman Henderson.
Everyone knows.
I was just gonna say, I think the median will be beautiful. I agree with you. That'll kind of set you guys apart from other areas, I
Right,
believe.
I agree.
And I had the same concern as the planning commission. Like, wow, that's a long street with no breaks in it. But now, you've kind of resolved my concern. I think that's a pretty brilliant idea to wait and see where the site plan driveway access is, and then you cut
Yep.
out,
I agree too.
accordingly.
Thank you.
I think that's a really good idea that's, kind of alleviated my concerns on that. Just one question. That's a great idea to have an offloading lot for the transport. How are is there going to be some kind of, it seems kind of tight to get a semi in and out of there.
Yeah, on this, they'll be able to turn around. That's the whole thing. We've designed that already. So there'll be a big turnaround, and there'll be slots in the front where they come and unload. We did a ton of research on that to make sure that was accurate. We got with Mannheim Auctions and the whole thing. So yeah, they'll be able to come in, do a full turnaround, pull up, and there'll be slots. There's like 7 slots that can be used at any time. And then at each spot, each dealer will have a designated section where they can store their vehicles until their lot techs come and pick them up and then take them over to their dealership, or store their trades for them to leave. The point of having the median in the middle too is, if you see other areas in Southern Utah where there's not that, and you drive down at any point of the day, there could be 3 semi trucks unloading or loading right there in the middle of the street. And it's we didn't like the aesthetic of it for the brands we're bringing.
I like it, and now the concerns I have, you've addressed those, so I appreciate that. So
It sounds like they're willing to wear the responsibility for it. I think it's
I disagree. I think you should have a roundabout or something down there. It's just my opinion.
I hear you.
I get the whole aspect, but I think potentially it could not look as nice with just cutting them in later. If you do it right, you can leave the median all the way through and people would enjoy driving down and looping around and getting to see all the vehicles up and down. So I don't like this layout. I don't like that end. It's just, but I'm all supportive of this auto mall. I'm not trying to, I just I think that corner needs to be reworked.
The worst part, Councilman Coates, is I agree 100% with you. And I wish it was that way because it'd be cheaper. And my architect's saying every dealer is going to be really upset if you don't have the brakes anyways, you know. I like the roundabout and I wish that we could make people just drive straight down, turn around, come back through. But I hear you on that. But I think this is a good alternative to appease everybody involved, I hope, at least.
You'll get to have a lot more discussion on this. There's a development agreement that I know Council Sigmiller and their attorney have been working on. We have other projects related to this that will come before you. So there's a lot that we'll get to dive deep into when it comes to Auto Mall. So.
Okay.
So how would we, like you mentioned, it would be hard for us to know with the spacing and everything and the challenges that you're facing with this. So how would we go about doing a motion for this, Council Sigmiller?
So if you just, let's look at lot 3 right there above the roundabout. That's 3.2 acres. What we don't know right now is, well, has that one been sold yet, Jared?
Yeah, can you scroll up a little bit? No.
How come we're not just doing?
Because there's a couple that we
It's
know
2.
have been sold, but so lot 3 hasn't been sold. We don't know what dealership it's going to be. We don't know if lot 3 would be conjoined with like lot 4 by a dealership. And so this developer and this development proposal is for the infrastructure, the road, but what happens on the individual lots is largely undefined at this point. We don't even know where the driveway would be and what. Now we know that the driveway can't be too close to that roundabout, but other than that, you know, we don't know anything about what it could be. And so
what's our process moving forward? Because are we just going to do lot line adjustments or our plan to do amended plats every time? Because that seems more difficult to do an amended plat.
The agreement is lot line adjustments.
I said all along, because they're easier to do, we just do lot line adjustments. Now, if they eliminate a lot, we have to do a plat amendment or add, you know, whatever. But most of it, I think 90% of everything we're going to do is going to be a lot line adjustment.
We tried hard. It's
legal
hard
description.
to know, but yeah, I think
that just runs through staff. We'll keep the same amount. Well, again, I don't have a minimum lot size in the commercial zones. We don't have to worry about that per se. It'll just be a quicker, easier thing to get them moving, get all the stuff platted and in, and then we can just push those lot lines right or left.
And when the individual lot owners come in and we see the site plans and they say, okay, our driveway is going to be right here, then the city can say, okay,
yes,
we need a space this big in the median.
But isn't
and
that
then
just
you
gonna
cut
be
it
a
in
conditional use and we will never see it?
Yeah, so part of the challenge is
Public Works will have to be in on the access management tied into it too.
the lot owners are going to tell us, look, we didn't buy the public road. It was already dedicated by the developer. We bought the lot, right? And so the road, this is the time to focus on the public road because that's the purpose of this development, is to bring your public infrastructure, your public element of an auto mall. The challenge is, you know, returning to Councilmember Casperson's question, what should you put in your motion to address that? I don't have a good technical answer for you because we don't know exactly. You know, as I was looking at it, I was measuring the street fronts. You know, they're between 200 and 300 feet, and I thought, okay, what if we just said every 250 feet there's a brake, an automatic brake? So at least the brakes are kind of spaced the same way. But even that feels like it doesn't address anything because we don't know what it's addressing yet.
And what we do know is we will have areas that you can turn around in those brakes. Now, where they end up will be placement of design by each dealer, right? But the assurance we can give you is that there will be brakes in the median. Just not sure where, depending on design of each individual car dealership. If that, I know
this-
that's hard to say and it sounds so broad, but I don't know what they always say is that we know there will be breaks, and that's all my motion. I might recommend is just say, well, we know that there will be breaks in the median based on design of.
But how do we force that in the future? Is it per the development agreement?
Yeah, we'd have to incorporate that into the development agreement, because at the end of the day, this developer's responsibility does not expand beyond the edge of the sidewalk and curb.
But shouldn't we wait to move this forward until we have a development agreement? Because now they have vesting rights.
So we've got a development agreement. The development agreement refers mostly to the PID and the PID function that underlies this. That's the main reason why the development agreement was written. I think if you put it in your motion on this, we can certainly make sure the development agreement incorporates your motion and your condition within it.
Yeah, just throw a condition is what I'd say, and then that'll match up with that, because that is part of the preliminary plat approval was based on there will be breaks. Put it as a motion, a condition. And you'll still see it as a final plat, right?
Right.
So that's one more look, and your development agreement hopefully will be done by then.
It's done except for waiting for Sitlon.
So this is a different project. I think everybody understands. I mean, usually we're looking at residential lots. We're looking at, and we really drill down. And this is so custom that it makes it really difficult to plan it all. There are a lot of other things that are questions like, where do the utilities go and how do they all fit when you don't know exactly where the lots are? How do you, how do you put in electrical boxes and all sorts of different things? But the goal is to get the project moving so we get that first dealer so we can work through some of those issues. And it's just going to be a little more custom than maybe what we're used to on a normal commercial plat. And I have a lot of confidence in the developer and in our staff to make that work, but there will be a lot that goes into it on the back end.
And I love the word custom. I think this development needs to be as custom as the types of vehicles that are going to be a part of it. Thad, you had some
Another
comments.
dynamic with the break and the median is that it really should service both sides of the road. So driveways on either side of the road should find that break to be useful. And so right now your lot lines are close enough aligned that you could maybe say breaks will be installed that service, driveways from both sides of the road, within the realm of the lot lines. And in theory, that might push their driveway accesses towards those shared lot lines, which might be a benefit from a planning standpoint. But yeah, a break in the median, if it only services one lot on one side, is also a wasted break.
Good comments, good conversation. Any additional questions about the preliminary plat on the table? Jared, is there anything else you'd like to say before I turn to the council for a vote here?
Nope, just want to say thanks to everyone, mayor and council members and staff, especially this. I cannot iterate enough how custom this has been, and it's been a fun project to be a part of, and I'm grateful for all the help and support.
Yeah, it's been a process. In fact, I noticed that we got even a project flow card in our packet, which I thought was nice, which shows a lot of the steps to go through to get this going. Thank you, Jared. I'll turn to the council now for further discussion and/or a motion.
I'll ask, am I the only one not worried about that? I just am worried about but I just want it to function properly. And we're here to do it right, and I just don't see that as doing it right. But I get the workability of the lot lines, and I understand that. Even if they were designated, they have to meet our access management anyways. So that's every 500 feet. There's only so many places they can put them anyways. I'd rather put them in now and just have it figured out if that's what they're doing, or put a roundabout in. So
How many feet is that, Drew, from the roundabout to the end of their median there, roughly?
3, 4, 5,
Mike, is it 250 on this road or is it 500 on the driveways? I can't remember.
So is the concern that if they're not shown on the plat, that we won't get them correct? Or is the concern they don't put them in?
No, the concern is that this is what they're proposing to do. And if this is what
And
they're
this
proposing
is
to
what
do.
they will build.
Yeah.
But
So here's my concern.
yeah, I'm just trying to understand.
Is that they have these big trucks and they have these big things, cars, and they're driving down this road, and the turnaround at the end is not built efficiently to handle it. That's my
So
concern.
your concern is they don't put the brakes in.
No, my concern is they don't have a turnaround down at the end, or they don't put the brakes in, because either way, you got to drive down to the west end, and it's not properly. So what's going to happen is they're going to drive down, they're going to flip around in the RV park area, and then we're going to get complaints in the RV that it's not built, that they're having an issue. I just see a concern. Or all of a sudden the semi trucks are going to come from the south and go past the townhomes that already has too much parking on that road and loop around that way, because that's the easiest way to get to these dealerships. And so my concern is they're not going to have proper turning coming from the road from Commerce Boulevard like they should. That's my concern.
So there is an element of unknown in this that, I understand that this is the Auto Malls project, and they want it to be very high end to represent their customers or clients and the dealers. But I've been kind of running through my mind, if you were to drive down this, I guess where I'm at is as I try to play this through, I kind of tend to agree with what Councilman Coates is saying. Whereas if you did have the cuts in the road, you could access either side. But if you wanted to change directions, I'm just trying to figure out what that would look like if you were going east and you want to go west, or I'm just wondering if this is something that, we've got some property here. I don't know what the limitations are for a roundabout or for access, but I'm just thinking more of two-way travel. If you all of a sudden say, I'm on this road, I've seen enough, I want to go the other way, the cutouts would be nice to be able to access across, but what would that look like? You turn into a turning lane and, but I'm thinking that a roundabout may alleviate some unintended consequences later on that maybe you can't even see right now. Because if you're going to pull trucks in there to unload, which is a great idea, those big trucks in front of dealerships is not a good, it's not safe. And a roundabout would create some stability for me personally to say, at first I thought it wasn't a big deal for you to cut through, but again, it gives you that way out. And I don't know, maybe I'm not making sense at all, but I'm trying to play through if I were driving in, what it would look like and what I would want if I wanted to get the other direction and just go.
See, and I look at, Drew, can you zoom up on lot 6? I look at that corner and it's kind of a weird triangle piece against the highway, and you could push the roundabout more to the north.
That's as far as I can go in on.
Oh, that's
the
fine.
system.
But what I'm saying is that you could, I'm pretty sure you could fit a roundabout that works in that corner right there and push it more toward the highway. But just looking at this, we also have a problem on the other end on Twin Rock Cove where the median's going too far. And if you look at the other end, you're running right into a median. So I just think these need to be looked at a little more and fine tuned before we move forward. I just don't think they've gone on these connections and turnaround. I just don't know if I'm just concerned about them. Like that one right there, doesn't work how it's laid out right now either.
So the number 16 is Public Works shall review the traffic patterns through Merritt Way, including the proposed median and its effect on traffic flow and access to the individual parcels. What you're saying is you're not comfortable with that. The council needs to review the access and the traffic patterns. That's not something you're comfortable having Public Works look at.
No, Public Works does a fine job, but I've just had too many instances in the past where we say stuff and it doesn't get done. So I want it on paper before we move forward, my opinion. I love the project. I like the way the roads are run out. Just I'm concerned about the right side and that.
Was there a limiting factor with the roundabout on the east end or on the west end? Is there a reason that we can't do it?
I think you mentioned it was because it affects that lot 7 and how they lay out that site.
For the
So
car
one of-
storage. Yeah,
one of the
because we have
thoughts I
to
had.
appreciate they're using lot 7 as, which you don't hear a lot. They're using, that's where all the cars are going to be loaded and unloaded. It's
Lot
not
7.
on each dealership. It's not in the roads. It's on lot 7 and 7 only. That clears up a lot of stuff in a car dealer. I mean, we all been to them. We know what those are. Councilman, going back, you asked me, I think it's roughly between 13 and 1,400 lineal feet. So I don't know if you just want equal breaks. You could just say break that up into thirds, and it doesn't matter where their driveways are. We know that they can go and turn around a regular vehicle and turn a U-turn.
Semi's not going to make any of these turns.
Well, I wouldn't want a semi because that means they're going to try to drive through a dealership if they go in at a driveway, and that's a mess too, you know.
You're going to have that. My biggest concern is the semis.
Jared, can you come forward and talk about how that semi, so there's a 66-foot road. It's got 2 lanes going both way with a 13-foot median. They're going to turn left on Merritt going south into lot 7 when they unload their vehicles.
Correct. Yep.
And so a roundabout, it seems, would inhibit that semi's ability to unload the vehicles that are being delivered. Is that right?
Correct, and it shortens that. And then on the roundabout here, this is a mountable roundabout on the right. So I have the engineer doing a model for you guys because I've been working with John on this as well from Public Works to show how a semi is going to come in and come back out, because that was another concern he brought up as not going down past the RV park and turning onto those apartments. Obviously, I can't force someone not to do that, but every dealership, every person's going to be educated to come in there. This is going to be, the intention is it to be a security locked place because transports come in at any time of night.
Right.
And when we're unloading or Highline brands, it's something that's going to be under a security thing. So everyone's going to be coming in the same way and then going out the same way.
And I'm going to jump in here. Here's how I see this happening. I see potentially a dealership or 2 coming on board soon. So I think it's highly likely that even before this median is poured and built, that they'll come, according to that condition 16, they'll work with Public Works to address the section where the break is for access, ingress, egress to those lots. In the meantime, while other lots are vacant, I don't see an issue with the limited traffic that's going in there to make a U-turn at the end of Merritt. I mean, there's 2 lanes on a 66-foot road. And then I would have more concerns with breaks that are just at some random distance with I would more of a concern with that than them as they solicit and bring in these high-end, high-tech dealerships to work with staff, and I trust staff to get those right. So I think this is a great plan. I think we're making too much of the median. I think we're ready to go. I respect everybody's opinion on this, but I think we're getting hung up on something that doesn't need to be hung up on. And I think by the time they build this out, they're going to work those breaks and they're going to work that ingress egress. And that's where I am. I'm sorry for being a little bit direct on it, but that's where I am.
Council Coates, did you say that just to clarify, did you say you have a problem with the other roundabout also closer to the Twin Rocks Cove?
The roundabout's fine. If you look at the end of Twin Rock Cove where it ties into the existing street, it's not.
Oh, okay.
The median's been pushed too hard, and if they build the street like that, it'll be a traffic hazard.
So basically, lot 7 is the roundabout for semi trucks that are coming in and out of there.
Correct.
Right. And just your regular car traffic can do a U-turn at the end of Merritt Way with no problem, right? So, and I can't imagine any dealership going in there that wouldn't really want to have some breaks in that median.
No, they will. And you know, it's super important to have them in the right spot for safety and for these people turning out. You're turning out in a 100,000 plus car and that breaks in the wrong spot and you just blind. It's, you know, for safety and aesthetically, it's just really hard to put them in right now, in my opinion. And that's why I was saying we have to put them in. So is there a way that the language could be in to where it mandates. I don't know. I'm sorry for my naiveness.
So I just want to be clear that my biggest concern
Mhm.
is that you're sending semis down Merritt Way and don't have a turnaway. You say it's lot 7, but what if you sell it? What if you change? I mean, I don't know. I just,
Sure, that makes sense.
That's my
viable.
biggest concern. I understand. We can figure out the breaks and the medians. I truly think you need something different down there with this being an auto dealership. That's just, and you yourself have said you wished you had it, but you
I
can't.
do. I
it.
still do.
I just
deep
think there's a
down.
way to still get it and it works with your site, but it's just my opinion without diving into the details and not knowing all the details. Because I don't have a site plan to see why it doesn't work. It seems to me like it'll work on lot 6. And I don't feel like I'm getting caught up on something. I think it's important to make sure this access management works on this road with this. I mean, it's a car dealership. There's going to be cars on it. Now, is there a kid playing on the street? No. But just to make it flow and move functional, it's just important to me.
Mike, I'm going to put you on the spot for just a minute. If we have a dealership come and they're on a lot or a combination of lots, before that is approved, would you require a break in the median for ingress egress to that lot or those lots? I mean, how would Public Works apply condition 16?
So on every one of the commercial lots, Public Works has to review those lots and make sure it conforms to our access management. So I dislike roundabouts, but a roundabout on that end for a semi to go around it would be the size of the one on Washington Parkway. It'd be a massive roundabout that would have to go there for one of these car carrying semis to be able to swing around it. So I'm comfortable with them coming into lot 7 as long as they make sure there's language there that stays an unloading. And also every one of those lots, when they come in, we will look at it and determine the access points and the break points in the median.
So that would be your recommendation. Does that need to be more clear in the council's motion if they motion to approve than what condition 16 currently says?
Yeah, and preliminary, what preliminary plat, the next step is to do construction drawings. So we really haven't dove into the weeds on any of this until we get construction drawings.
And do you think it's possible that they'll have dealerships that are bringing forward site plans, in conjunction with construction drawings?
Every dealership's going to have to submit a site plan for their building permit, and that's when we do the review for the.
And so you'll address the breaks in the median at that time?
Yep.
Okay. Thanks, Mike. Do you have any questions for the applicant, council? Any further questions for the applicant or the applicant's representative? Councilman Martinson.
Yeah, are we okay putting that language in there to stipulate lot number 7 will remain as that?
It's in our CCNRs that's the one lot that we're going to retain as a company that we hold. Well, I don't want to say forever, but that's mandatory. You're not allowed to park on the street. You have to come use that, and it's a profit center for our company. So
they pay to use that.
Yes. Yeah.
Ah,
so
good point.
it's
written in the CCNR.
right. I didn't. It's hard when not everyone knows all the stories. Sorry about that.
Good.
Let me ask about, because there's going to be non-transport semis that probably come down that road for, delivering different things. And you had mentioned that lot 7 might be gated off.
Mm-hmm.
So how would those non-transport semis negotiate the Merritt Way if they're?
Well, you mean like a 3-car hauler or a smaller one, or what?
Just any kind of parts.
Parts are going to go straight into the service department.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just how they design. All these are mandated by the OEM. So you drive right up with a motor and drop it by the service department and pull out.
So
but
they
they're
would
not-
utilize the brakes in the road that we.
Unless it was on a cargo, like in a semi that big, they would have to utilize that transport lot because no one can park on the street. You can't park a semi on the street, so they would have to take it into there. But most of the time, those parts trucks, I see a lot of them. They're small enough; they just pull right up to your service bay, drop the lift gate, pull the motor out, or whatever parts they have, or tires. It's all the same.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's a good question.
So in the motion, if we were to address lot number 7, I get the CCNRs, but that's not really binding to the city. Is that is that an element of a deed restriction or just a limiting on Council Segmiller? I'm asking you, is that a deed restriction or what would that look like?
It's not a deed restriction. This is a preliminary plat that will need to be followed by a final plat. That would just be a condition of approval at this point.
We just, okay.
You know, maybe one of the things you want to discuss with them is what's the downside of having semis unloading Ferraris in the street, right?
Exactly.
I mean, maybe you'd rather have lot 7 be a dealership and allow semis in the street, because if the semis could be in the street, you don't need lot 7, right?
I actually don't want to tell him how to do his project at all. I think they've done a great job. We just want to address the concerns that the council.
And these are all valid.
Sees.
I totally appreciate them. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, it's kind of a different breed. The nice thing is these dealers are accustomed to it. It's not just a domestic where you're just having 50 trucks come a month or whatever, and you're moving a lot of cars. You know, a lot of these ones will be selling some exotics that come in a complete enclosed trailer, just one, you know. So it's a little different.
I'm thinking Lightning McQueen style. Right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
All right, council.
Thank you.
Is there anything else you'd like to address on this preliminary plat, or is someone ready to take a stab at a motion?
So are we comfortable with number 16? That condition that Planning Commission put on there?
That seems to be the big question.
Because I'm comfortable with it, because we are going to let staff do it. And they may modify some things that are in there to allow that best access management accordingly, because as we've discussed, lot lines may need to be adjusted. Lot lines may need to go away depending on the dealership that comes in. So it is something that we've not generally ever, I never saw anything like this on Planning Commission in the 7.5 years there. So just grateful for all the work that's been put into this from the, I guess, the applicant's level and from staff's level all the way around. So I will make a motion that we approve the preliminary plat for the Sienna Hills Auto Mall located at approximately Merritt Way and Commerce Boulevard, with that heavy emphasis on, again, like Planning Commission did, that heavy emphasis on number 16 condition.
Great. We have a motion by Councilmember Martinson.
Can I clarify the motion? Did
Please.
we want to mention anything regarding lot 7 being?
Yeah, do we need to put that on there?
I think it's up to the council on this. If you feel like it sounds like it's in the CCNRs, you've heard them. If you feel like it's necessary, then that's fine.
Yeah, just add it as a condition of approval.
Okay, and that condition number 17, I'll amend that motion, that condition number 17 include the proper verbiage to keep lot number 7 as that loading and unloading lot in, do we need to say in perpetuity?
Good word.
Yep.
Great. We have a motion on the table by Councilmember Martinson.
Mayor, I'll second that motion.
We have a second by Councilmember Henderson. This is not a resolution or an ordinance, so this will not be a roll call vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
The Auto Mall preliminary plat is approved, 3-2. Congratulations. We'll move along to item 8, which is report of officers from assigned committee. And Councilmember Martinson, by virtue of being on the far left, I know it's a slow summer, so if you don't have anything, that's fine.
Well, I found out that I was invited, well, somebody that has a different spelling than my name was invited to a flood control meeting.
No, your name was right.
The email was wrong.
They didn't put the T in the city part, so he didn't get invited.
I did not get invited to it. So Councilman Coates will probably report on that. And Youth Council starts up here at the end of the month with their retreat. So come September, I will have something to report on that.
That youth council will keep you very busy as they get back to school. Excellent. Councilmember Henderson.
Mayor, I just have one thing. I've got a mosquito abatement committee meeting tomorrow, so I'll report on that next time. When's our next tree committee meeting, Thad? What's that? Haven't heard. Those are my favorites because
I think with
I
the-
get lunch.
With
Yeah.
Paul Walker's promotion
Lunch?
and the new hiring of his replacement, I think that might be a little bit delayed.
Okay.
Can't
I'll
waste
look
any time
forward
on
to
trees.
that.
Yeah. Councilman, my recommendation with the mosquito abatement committee is bring caffeine. Okay.
Were you on that committee?
I have not had the chance to serve on that committee.
I think we should send him to a few meetings. Can we make that a motion as council to send Mayor?
You could force my hand there. It might be fun. Councilmember Coates.
I'll report on the solid, I'll start with the solid waste. We had our meeting this Monday on the solid waste. We're moving forward with the design process on the new scale houses out there, but just standard stuff. They're doing a little restructuring out there with the staff, moving forward with that. As far as the Flood Control Authority, the Pineview Estate or the Pineview Park Protection Plan was approved at the Flood Control Authority, and then some other project with St. George. I can't remember which one that one was right off. So, but just want to reiterate that flood control is super powerful. We have got lots and lots of federal dollars compared to the minimal dollars that the flood control has had to put in as the cities as a whole. So with the 3 to 4 cities that are part of that coalition, it really helps bring lots of dollars to the area, and they're doing a lot of good things protecting our homes and stuff along this river that does move. So
No, I appreciate that. And I love that collaboration. And I also really appreciate the work you do leading out that solid waste committee. I know you've got some big plans there for some improvements, and it's exciting what you're doing there. Councilmember Ivy.
Yes, next Monday, we have the interim legislative policy committee held at the Trust Building in Salt Lake City. The reason I mention that is that this is the legislative preview. So if there's anything in the legislative realm that you want me to track or follow or ask questions on, please let me know, and I'll do my best to get what's on the docket right now. And that is Monday. Then there's another LPC interim next month as well. So we'll be there on site for that. Had a really rewarding and great ride along with our good police chief. We went out and met with, there's new principals at Riverside Elementary, Majestic Elementary, and Washington Fields Intermediate. We were able to go visit with them. We talked about safety, talked about the new lights that have opened at 3090 and Washington and George Washington Parkway on Washington Fields Road. We talked about putting the blinking lights that are no longer needed now that we have a stoplight on that intersection of Majestic, that those would be put in over at the Washington Fields Intermediate School. And the principals are very receptive. We met some staff, some teachers, and Chief's really good at just lending support and trying to make it a community-based policing. And we want to keep those conversations going. I think it's valuable to be on to keep those. And then our next ride along, we're planning to go visit the other principals of the Washington City schools, just to try to be in good touch with them. And then the first conversation we've had regarding the water board was they shared out some data that is really valuable. I'd be happy to share that with you as well if you'll just let me know. But really what it tracks is holdings and releasing of the flows from Fleming Gorge and Lake Powell, and what they're trying to do with levels. And a lot of it is in, of course, it's in addressing and catching up with some legislation, because when these flows were set, that we weren't in a historic drought, we were just in a drought, And so there's some provisions that are being taken care of in some of those things, and had really good response with the questions I've asked in there, and got some proprietary information that we're finding very valuable. But I'll keep you up to date on that. And with that, Mayor, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman Ivy. There's no doubt that safe routes to school is critical, and so I probably echo your words, and we appreciate law enforcement for, I'm sure they'll be out there in droves tomorrow morning with first day of school and directing traffic and helping get people there and home safely. Councilmember Casperson.
Well, I had a meeting with the chamber, and I just wanted to share that they're going to be doing a family event at the Washington City Veterans Park. And so that's going to be on August 31st, and there'll be music and giveaways and a food truck, or more than one food truck. There'll be food trucks there. And then at night, they'll be playing the Sandlot for a movie night in the park. So Sandlot is definitely a good one. Growing up, all-time favorite. And then I also had the Washington City Active Transportation meeting, and we talked and did more updates with the historical map that I had talked about and brought up before. That's near completion. There's also going to be a bicycle rack here at City Hall for those who want to ride their bike, or those who have that look like a bike but it was really like a motorcycle for you too. I also just wanted to share just my gratitude. I go to the rec center and those that clean that place, they just make it so nice. I was walking down the stairs, and a gentleman was there, and he was on his knees, and he was washing the stairs down the side of it. And so it just looks really nice. And so I just think they just do a good job. And so I just wanted to commend them for the work that they do there.
Well, that's awesome. I'll be there for Sandlot and the food trucks. I just have a couple of brief updates. So we did have our architects in town the last few days, and it was very beneficial as we were able to make some visits to some of those key places and make some contact with among staff and some applicants and development. So appreciate Jeremy's leadership, Jeremy's work on that, and we're making progress on. We're trying to get out in front on some of this to make sure that Washington stays a very elevated and desirable place to be. And then just as far as the Washington County Water Conservancy District, there's been an impact fee analysis that's been completed. We had a mayor's meeting last night with staff from various municipalities around the county, and they presented the impact fee analysis and data. I'm going to try to find an opportunity to share that information with you, but I think you'll like it. One of the most important things to know is that the impact fee going forward is staying quite level. So, but there's some data and some details in that. So I look forward to sharing that with you. And then the other main topic there, collectively, is just the continued need and collaboration for a regional reuse system. And so that would be within the Washington County Water Conservancy District, all of the participating municipalities, and the Ash Creek Special Services District. So we're just, there's a lot of coordination between the various entities, but Zach's doing a great job over there, and we're all committed to doing what we can to be wise stewards of our most precious resource. Okay, we'll move to item number 9, the city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. Sometimes I feel like when I'm at the end, everybody takes all the good items, but I'll talk about them again if I have to. We've started work on our new parks building, so anybody who wants to drive up by the parks yard can see they're starting construction. We're looking at about 10 months for construction, so you can watch it as it comes out of the ground. The mayor mentioned BGP Architects that's been here. I think most of you, if not all, maybe Councilman Martinson wasn't here in the fall when we had them come. This was a little bit of a whirlwind tour, but as the mayor mentioned, some of the projects that they've helped with, that we've helped, are going to be really much better projects because of the help that they've given, and even the applicants have been really appreciative of that. So I think it's a well-intentioned program that's working the way it's supposed to. The next time they come, we would like to have another work session with the City Council and Planning Commission. Like I mentioned, they were in and out pretty quickly. I think Mayor mentioned our stormwater system has performed really well during the monsoons. I have to knock on wood because they're not quite done, but just checking our list, we have about 6 projects that are in some sort of phase of construction or planning. So Public Works has done a really good job staying on top of that, and we see the results of that. And then just to mention the stoplight at 3090 South, because we haven't talked about it enough, that project was difficult. We had a hard time finding somebody who wanted to do that project, and they had to start after school was over and have it completed before school started. So again, it was a really good project that it took a lot of effort to make sure that we had that ready for the school kids. But citywide effort, it's been about a year since I know the mayor and others were there at the start of school last year, but I know there's a lot of appreciation for these projects. And so a lot happens, and it's because of the great staff that we have that push these through. So I appreciate that and the support that you give them. So that's all I have, Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Manager. Item 10 is closed session. And we do have need to go to closed session for 10A, purchase, exchange, or lease of property, and 10B, pending or potential litigation. But I promise that I'm going to keep both of those items as short as I possibly can. So I would be happy to entertain a motion that we move into closed session for items 10A and 10B. There's no need for 10C.
Mayor, I motion that we move into closed session.
For items 10A and 10B?
10A and 10B, yep.
I have a motion by Councilmember Henderson.
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we will now move into closed session. Let's give it, we'll shoot for 5, but we're starting without you if it's 10 minutes.